Welcome to this comprehensive course on ISC2 Certified in Cybersecurity certification. Whether you are new to cybersecurity or looking to solidify your foundational knowledge, you are in the right place. This course is structured according to the official ISC2 certification exam objective, ensuring that you get the exact knowledge needed to pass the exam with confidence. In this series, we will be diving deep into each of the five domains covered in the ISC2 CC exam. We are starting today with Domain 1 Security Principles. My goal is to make this learning journey as smooth and effective as possible. So get ready to take notes and ask questions in the comments. This is not just about passing an exam, it's about building a solid foundation for a successful cybersecurity career. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of the upcoming videos in this series. Let's get started with Domain 1 Security Principles. So, now let's talk about the exam weights of different domains. So, the exam has basically five domains. The first one is the security principle, which has the highest weightage of 26%. The second domain is business continuity, disaster recovery, and incident response, which has the least weightage of 10%. Third domain is access controls concepts, having 22% of overall weightage. Fourth domain is the network security with 24% weightage, and the last and fifth domain is security operations, having 18% of weightage in overall exam content. So now let's start with the actual content of the course. So the first objective, that is objective 1.1, is understand the security concepts of information assurance. And the first topic is the CIA triad. So the CIA basically stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And these three are basically the pillars of the cyber security controls and concepts. And we will study each one by one, its definition and different examples of each type of this pillar and how to ensure them in our cyber security operations. So the first one of the CIA triad is the confidentiality. And confidentiality basically ensures that sensitive data is only accessible to authorized people, systems, or processes. In other words, it stops unauthorized users from seeing, stealing, or altering private information. So, how do we ensure the confidentiality? So, techniques like encryption, access controls, and passwords help maintain confidentiality. So, encryption is the most common method of ensuring the confidentiality of sensitive information. Similarly, access control and passwords are also used to ensure the confidentiality of sensitive data and information. So now let's go through some examples of the confidentiality. So encryption, it protects emails or files so that only authorized recipients can read them. Access control, so restricting access to sensitive systems like financial databases to specific and authorized employees. So another example of ensuring confidentiality is data masking, which is hiding parts of sensitive information such as displaying only the last four digits of the credit card number. Two-factor authentication, that is 2FA, requiring a password and a code sent to your phone to access an account, is an example of ensuring confidentiality. And non-disclosure agreement, that is NDAs. So these are legal agreements to ensure individuals don't share confidential information. They bind the employees of an organization against disclosing or exposing the sensitive information of the organization where they are employed. The next pillar of CIA triad is the integrity, which is keeping information correct, unaltered, that is preventing unauthorized changes. We can also say the prevention of tampering of information. So, protection from tampering, it ensures data cannot be modified, deleted, or corrupted by unauthorized individuals. Verification, so techniques like checksum or digital signatures verify data has not been altered during transmission or storage. So, the digital signature basically uses hashing. So, hashing is the primary method that ensures that information is not altered or changed. Now, some integrity examples. So, it is used in bank transaction for ensuring that amount transferred from one account matches the amount received without unauthorized changes. So, let's suppose, for example, if you transfer 100 USD to someone else's account, so the integrity ensures that exactly 100 USD is received. If integrity was not ensured, the user may receive, let's suppose, 10 USD. So that's why integrity is very important in bank transaction. Software download. So using checksum, for example, MD5 or SHA to confirm that a downloaded file has not been tampered with. So you must have seen that when you download some files, there is a hash file available with the download. So it is to ensure that the file has not been changed during the download. So when you download the file, you can take the hash of the file, calculate the hash of the file, and compare it with the one that was available with the file. If both the hashes matches, it means the file has not been tampered with. Medical records, so protecting patient data to ensure that no authorized edits or deletions occur in health records. Email security, so digital signatures verify that an email has not been altered after it was sent. Database protection, so ensuring logs and entries in a company database remain unmodified by unauthorized users. So usually, when attackers or hackers hack a system, they try to remove or change the logs so that they can erase their tracks. So that's why the protection of logs through integrity is very important, so that we can see that who accessed the system and at which times. The next important pillar of CIA trade is the availability, which is the availability basically ensures that systems, data, and resources are accessible to authorized users whenever needed. So availability basically minimizes downtime. So it focuses on reducing disruptions caused by hardware failures, cyber attacks, or maintenance. And availability can be ensured through backup and recovery. So strategies like backups, redundancy, and failover systems are used to keep services running smoothly. So now let's go through some example of availability. So web servers with load balancer ensures websites stay online even during high traffic by distributing load across multiple servers. So basically, the load balancer and multiple web servers ensure availability. So the basic purpose of the load balancer is first to distribute the traffic evenly among the servers, and second, if one or let's suppose two web servers goes offline due to any reason or malfunctions, the user don't see any disruption because the load balancer is aware of the offline servers and the traffic is distributed among the remaining live servers. So the load balancer do not send the traffic to unavailable or offline servers. and in this way it keeps the services available. Cloud storage backup, so allow users to access their files anytime, if even if one storage server fails. Uninterrupted power supplies, that is UPS, which keeps system running during power outages to prevent downtime. Redundant internet connections, so businesses use multiple ISP, that is internet service providers, so operation continue if one connection or one ISP fails. Disaster recovery sites, so secondary data centers ready to take over if primary center goes offline. So the cloud provider, for example, AWS, they have multiple data centers, and that's why they are all time available, because if one data center of Amazon AWS fails, users are seamlessly routed to the other data center without any disruption. So another concept is the non-repudiation. So what is non-repudiation? Non-repudiation ensures that a person or system cannot deny actions they performed, like sending a message or signing a document. Digital evidence. So the non-repudiation basically uses methods like digital signatures and logs to provide the solid proof of those actions. And accountability. So this builds trust and accountability in communication or transactions by holding parties responsible for their action. So non-repudiation basically ensures accountability. So some examples of non-repudiation: digital signature. So signing a contract electronically with a private key ensures the signer cannot deny it. So what does this mean? It means that when a user signs an information or any document with his or her private key, it can only be decrypted with the corresponding public key. So the public key is available with everyone, and the private key is only available with the user. So if the user signs something with his or her private key, and the receiving party decrypts it with the public key, it means that the document was sent or signed by the, let's suppose, party A. So in this way, it ensures the non-repudiation. The party A cannot deny that he or she did not sign or encrypted the document, because only party A has the access to the private key. So blockchain transactions, so cryptocurrency transfers are recorded immutably on the blockchain audit log. So system log user actions like accessing sensitive files as evidence. Biometric access, so fingerprint scans for system access provide individual responsibility. Payment confirmation, so receipts and transaction IDs verify completed purchases. So another important concept, that is AAA, which stands for authentication, authorization, and accounting. So we will study these three one by one. So authentication is the process of verifying the identity of a user, device, or a system to ensure that only authorized entities gain access to resources. Examples. So it typically involves validating credentials such as passwords, biometrics such as fingerprints, or security token. So these all three are the types of authentications. Next is the authorization. So authorization is the process of determining and granting a user's permission to access specific resources, perform certain action, or use particular services based on their verified identity. So what does this mean? This means that authorization usually takes place after authentication. So usually first logs in, and then he or she can access the resources, for example, a website or some files inside the storage. Another term is accounting. So, accounting or auditing refers to tracking and recording a user's activities such as access to resources, performed actions, and system usage. Example include login and logout logs and command execution log. So as we studied in the previous slide, accountability. So these are related terms. So accounting or auditing are used to ensure accountability and track the user and system actions. So now different authentication types. So how the people are authenticated into systems and resources. So they are authenticated on the basis of something they know or something you know. So uses knowledge-based authentication like passwords or pins. For example, entering a passphrase to log in. The second authentication type is something you have, which involve possession-based authentication like a smart card, security token, or mobile device. So, for example, using a hard token for two-factor authentication. So, when you log into your email, for example, Gmail, you enter your password, and then you receive a code or notification or your mobile phone. So, this is something you have. That mobile phone is with you, and this the password and the mobile basically they form the two-factor authentication. Another authentication type is something you are. So these employs biometric authentication such as fingerprints, retina scans, or facial recognition. Example include unlocking a phone with a fingerprint. And another authentication factor is somewhere you are, which relies on a location based authentication, for example, a GPS or an IP address. Example include restricting a system access to specific region. For example, let's suppose the ISC2, we have the isc2.org website. So the ISC2 organization can restrict this website to specific region. For example, let's suppose it may be inaccessible in country X due to any region, and user from this region X cannot access the website. And so this type of authentication is based on somewhere you are. So besides authentication, people, we also authenticate devices and system. So the purpose of devices and systems are that it ensures only authorized devices and system can access the network or resources, reducing the risks of unauthorized access. And methods include certificate, device biometrics, unique identifiers like MAC address, or TPM, which is a chip that stands for Trusted Platform Module. So this chip is basically available inside devices such as laptops, and it contains cryptographic key and is used for authentication as well as encryption. So the biometric does not mean the fingerprint or facial recognition. It means the footprint or specific identification of the device itself. Mutual authentication means that both the client and server verify each other's identity for secure communication. For example, during SSL or TLS handshake. Device certificates, so digital certificates assigned to devices to verify their identity in secure environments. And zero trust model, so devices must continuously verify trustworthiness even if inside the network perimeter. So zero trust model ensures that no device is trusted by default even if it is inside the company secure parameter. The device must itself verify continuously. So now coming to the multi-factor authentications or MFA. So there are multiple factors in MFA. The first one is something you know, which is by definition that the information only the user know. For example, the password, pins, security question. So this is the type that is known as something you know. Another factor is something you have, which is a physical item in the user's possession. For example, your smartphone, smart cards, or tokens. And its strength is that it requires physical theft to compromise. So the something you know has the vulnerability or weakness of guessing. For example, if someone knows you, he can guess your password by your birthday or your favorite color or car or favorite movie. While the something you have, for example, you have if you have your smartphone, it must be stolen in order to be used. And the third factor is something you are, and it is unique biological characteristic. For example, fingerprints, facial features, iris patterns, and it is extremely hard to replicate or forge. So you can say that this one, something you are, which consists of biological characteristic, is the strongest of all of these three. And the fourth one is somewhere you are, which is geographic or network-based location. An example include access granted based on IP address, GPS, or Wi-Fi location. And use cases include denying access if a user's location deviates from expected parameters. So the summary includes that MFA combines multiple factors. So multi-factor authentication, as we study these four factors, so you must combine any of these factors to make it a MFA. So enhances security by requiring at least two independent factors. And the factors include something you know, something you have, something you are, somewhere you are. So remember, if you use a security question plus a password or a PIN, so it is not a true MFA because these both belongs to the same factor that is something you know. So the MFA must have different factors. So for example, a security pack question plus fingerprint, you can say that this is an MFA because it combines two factors. Effective implementation. So balance user convenience and security using suitable technologies, for example, biometrics, tokens, and security keys. And factor reduce risk. So multiple factors, even if one factor is compromised, for example, if your password is compromised, other layers prevent unauthorized access. So if your password is compromised, the user still do not have the code that has been sent to your smartphone. So in this way, MFA is very hard to compromise because it combines multiple factors. Privacy. So privacy refers to the protection of personal information and adherence to laws and policies governing its collection, storage, and use. Effective privacy management ensures compliance, mitigates risk, and respects individual rights. So these are the some terms that are used in the privacy and privacy laws, such as the data subject. The data subject is the individual whose personal information is being collected or processed, such as the citizen or users. For example, a customer whose data is stored by an e-commerce platform. So this customer is known as data subject. Controller versus processor. So controller determines the purpose and means of processing the personal data of the data subject. For example, a retail company managing customer data, or you can say that a bank that has the customer credit cards and accounts number, etc. So the bank or a retailer company is basically the controller. What is then the processor? So processor processes data on behalf of the controller. For example, a cloud service provider hosting the retail's company data. Or you can also say that let's suppose the bank's customers' data is stored inside the cloud. So the cloud that processes the data is the processor. Processor is not the owner, rather than it processes data on behalf of the controller. Ownership of the data. So ownership clarifies who has the authority over data and who is responsible for its security and compliance. For example, organization own operational data but must respect data subject rights over their personal information. Data inventory and retention. So data inventory is a comprehensive list of all data assets, including the data location and data type. For example, tracking stored customer records, email logs, and billing information. So what is then retention? Retention include the policies for how long data is kept and when it is deleted. For example, retaining employee tax records for 7 years as required by the law. So the retention depends upon the data type and the related regulation or laws that requires the retention of that specific data for a specific period. Another term that is often used with regard to the privacy is the right to be forgotten. So individuals can request the deletion of their personal data when it is no longer necessary or legally required to retain. For example, a former user requesting the removal of their account information under the GDPR. The GDPR is basically an European law. It stands for General Data Protection Regulation, and it deals with the data subjects or user privacy, data privacy inside the EU. It is a very popular law specifically to the privacy and is applicable inside Europe. So objective 1.2 is understand the risk management process. So elements of risk management process. First one is the risk identification. So risk identification is the process of identifying potential risk that could negatively impact the organization. So it involves gathering input from various stakeholders, reviewing past incidents, and analyzing business processes and evaluating external threats. Risk identification helps create a comprehensive risk register that lists identified risks and their potential impact. Another element of risk management process is the risk assessment, which is the process of evaluating identified risks to understand their likelihood and impact, helping to prioritize them for mitigation. So the first step is obviously identification of the risk, and once they are identified, you need to evaluate the identified risks depending upon their likelihood and impact. And once you do this, then you need to prioritize them for mitigation. Of course, any organization cannot mitigate all the risk at once. So you prioritize the risk depending upon their impact. The high impact and high likelihood risk are mitigated first, and then followed by risk having medium impact, medium likelihood, and at the end, risk of low impact and low likelihood. So risk analysis is the process of evaluating identified risks to determine their potential impact and likelihood, helping prioritize them for mitigation. So this is same as the risk assessment. So there are mainly two methods of risk analysis. One is qualitative and the second is quantitative. So this is the qualitative, which is a subjective approach to assess risk based on their likelihood and impact using descriptive categories. For example, low, medium, high. So, in this way, in qualitative, you identify and categorize risk depend on these using these terminology. The risk may be medium, high, or low, and it focuses on expert judgment, brainstorming, and ranking risk without numerical data. Since you do not have any numerical value, let's suppose in the quantitative you have numerical value. For example, if a risk may cost the organization, let's suppose 100K US dollar. So this is quantitative, you have a numerical number. But let's suppose there are certain types of risk where you cannot calculate the risk numerically. For them, then you use the expert judgment and use these terminologies such as the let's suppose the risk of fire is medium or high or low, the risk of tornado is medium, high or low, and so on. So qualitative risk analysis is useful when detailed numerical data is unavailable or unnecessary. So the next is the quantitative risk analysis, which is a data-driven approach that assigns numerical values to risk to calculate potential loss. It uses formulas and metrics like SLE, which is single loss expectancy, annualized loss expectancy, and annual or annualized rate of occurrence. We will study these in a while to prioritize risk. It provides precise insights for decision making and resource allocation. It provides precise insights because you have the exact value in terms of US dollar or money. What is exposure factor? So this is the percentage of an asset's value that is lost due to a specific risk event. For example, if a flood damages 70% of a facility, the exposure factor is 70%. What is SLE? That is single loss expectancy. So it is the expected financial loss from a single risk event. For example, if a flood occurs once a year, then the SLE is 1. Formula for SLE is the asset value multiplied by exposure factor. For example, if a server worth is 10,000 US dollar and it is 50% damage, then the SLE 5,000, because the formula is 10,000 multiplied by 50% is zero point 0.5, which is equal to 5,000. So what is annualized rate of occurrence? So it is the estimated number of times that a specific risk is expected to occur in a year. For example, if a threat happens once every 5 years, the ARO or annualized rate of occurrence is 0.2. 1.5 is the threat is occurring once every 5 years, it is equal to 0.2. And if the threat occurs 5 times a year, then the ARO is 5. So what is annualized loss expectancy or ALE? So it is the projected annual financial loss from a specific risk, and the formula for ALE is SLE multiplied by ARO, that is annualized rate of occurrence. For example, if the SLE is 5,000 and the ARO is 2, that is the threat is occurring twice a year, the ELE is 5,000 by 2, which is 10,000. What is the probability? It is the likelihood that a specific threat will occur expressed as a percentage or a decimal value. For example, 30% or zero point 0.3. Likelihood is similar to probability but often described in qualitative terms like likely, unlikely, very likely, etc. It helps prioritize the risks based on their perceived chance of occurring. What is impact? So impact is the magnitude of the effect caused by a risk event, including financial, reputational, and operational damages. High impact risks often demand more immediate attention and mitigation. So high impact risks are prioritized first as compared to low impact risks. So what are the risk tolerance and risk appetite? So risk tolerant is the acceptable level of variation in outcomes that an organization is willing to withstand while pursuing its objective. It focuses on the day-to-day operational ability to manage risk without significant disruptions. And risk appetite is the overall level of risk an organization is willing to take to achieve its strategic goals. It helps define the boundaries for decision making and prioritization. So now some risk management or risk treatment strategies. So these are very important and you should be able to differentiate between them. The first risk treatment strategy is the risk transfer, which is shifting the risk to a third party, such as through insurance, outsourcing, or contracts. It reduces the organization's direct responsibility but may involve costs like premium or fees. For example, purchasing cyber insurance to cover data breach losses. Another risk treatment strategy is the risk acceptance, which is choosing to acknowledge and bear the risk without taking specific action to address it, appropriate for low impact or low probability risks that are deemed tolerable. Or you can also say that let's suppose if you want to mitigate a risk and the cost of mitigation is higher than the risk itself, then instead of mitigating the risk, you can simply accept the risk as it is. So the risk acceptance includes exemption. So a formal decision to exclude certain risk from specific policies or controls, often used when the risk is deemed negligible or impractical to address. For example, exempting low-level assets from comprehensive security measures. Another is exception, which is a temporary allowance for a deviation from standard risk policies, typically with additional oversight or conditions. For example, allowing unsupported software temporarily while a replacement is procured. Another risk treatment strategy is risk avoidance. So it is eliminating the risk entirely by discontinuing the activity or process that generates the risk. Best for high impact or high likelihood risks that cannot be mitigated effectively. For example, avoiding certain vendor with a history of data breaches. Another risk treatment strategy is the risk mitigation, which it is basically the most common method, and it is reducing the risk to an acceptable level by implementing controls or measures. It focuses on minimizing the likelihood or impact of the risk, for example, installing a firewall and anti malware software to protect against cyber threats. So, risk reporting. So, risk reporting is the process of documenting and communicating risk related information to stakeholders. It includes details on identified risks, their status, mitigation efforts, and potential impacts. It helps stakeholders make informed decisions and prioritize resources for risk management. So that was all about risk management. And now the objective 1.3 is understand security controls. So in this coming slides, we will discuss different categories and types of security controls and their examples. So these are broad categories of security control, which includes technical, managerial, operational, and physical. So these are the types of control, which are preventive, deterrent, detective, corrective, compensating, and directive. So first of all, let's go through the categories of the security control. The first one is the technical, which is the hardware or software mechanism used to manage access to resources and systems and provide protection for those resources and systems. So technical control, as the name indicates, are technical or are implemented with the help of the technology. Managerial controls are basically policies and procedures, administrative controls defined by an organization's security policy. It uses planning and assessment methods to review the organization's ability to reduce and manage risks. So the operational controls include and help ensure that the day-to-day operations of an organization comply with their overall security, primarily implemented and executed by people. While the physical category of control are security mechanisms focused on providing protection to the facility and real-world objects. So by facility, we means buildings such as a data center, facility or data center building. So now let's go through some example of these security control categories. First one is the technical, which includes encryption, smart cards, passwords, biometric, access control list, that is ACL, firewalls, routers, IDS, and IPS, that is intrusion detection and intrusion prevention system. Managerial controls include policies, procedure, vendor management, hiring practices, background checks, data classification, security training, risk assessment, and vulnerability assessments. Operational controls include backup and recovery procedure. Remember, these are day-to-day tasks or operation performed by individual, which includes backups and recovery procedures, training, change management, configuration management, and media protection. While physical controls include guards, man traps, so these are used for physical access control towards a facility, fences, lights. So fences are again used to control physical access to a facility. Lights are used for physical detection. So you can say this is a detective control. Motion detector, this is also a detective control. Guard dogs, video cameras, alarms, and laptop locks. So these all are physical controls. So this is a summary of the security control categories. So basically the purpose of all the controls are to protect the assets, and this is how they align. So at the very close to the assets are the policies based, which are managerial control. Technical control are basically implemented through technology that include the hardware and software. Operational control are the people doing day-to-day stuff, and physical control are the one which are tangible and touchable, such as fences, man traps, etc. Now, different security control types. First one is the deterrent. So these are deployed to discourage violation of security policies. Preventive controls are deployed to prevent or stop unwanted or unauthorized activity from occurring. Detective controls are deployed to discover or detect unwanted or unauthorized activity. And compensating control provides options to other existing control to aid in the enforcement of security policies, while corrective measures are taken to fix security vulnerabilities or mitigate damage after a security incident has occurred. And directive control are proactive measures designed to guide behavior and enforce compliance with security policies and procedures. So now going through some examples of the security control types. So the deterrent include security guards, lighting, security cameras, separation of duties. security policies, and security awareness training. Preventive controls include fences, locks, biometrics, man traps, alarm system, job rotation, data classification, penetration testing, access control methods, and firewall. So you can see that these control types include multiple categories. Here we can see that this is the technical category, this is physical, and we can also see some managerial as well. So the detective control types are example include the security guards. So as we can see, a single control can include in multiple control types. Security guard is a deterrent as well as a detective. A security guard can detect an intrusion, while a potential intruder, when sees a security guard, will be deterred from entering the facility. Similarly, guard dogs can be both detective as well as deterrent. Motion detector, job rotation, mandatory vacation, audit trails, intrusion detection system, violation reports, and honey pots. Compensating controls include security policies, personal supervision, monitoring, and work task procedures. And corrective controls include backups and restores, patching, antivirus, anti malware, forensic analysis, and disciplinary action. While detective controls includes policies, procedures, standards, guidelines, physical signage, verbal instructions, and contracts and agreements. So as we saw that the controls are basically overlapping. A single controls include in multiple control types. So a single control can be identified as multiple types depending upon the context of the situation. For example, security controls are designed to work together and their function often overlap. For example, a security camera system is both deterrent, deterring unwanted entry, and detective regarding potential security incident for later review. So the context is the classification of a control can depend on how it's implemented and the specific risk that it is addressing. For example, an access control list can be primarily preventive if it blocks unauthorized access, or detective if it mainly logs access for later investigation. So, when let's suppose you are asked inside the exam about a security control type identification, so how will you identify the security control? So, these are some hints. The exam often use specific words or phrases to hint at the control types. For example, the deterrent controls include these type of words such as sign, warning, sign, visibility, and perception. The preventive control may include the words such as access control, authentication, firewall, encryption. Detective may include monitoring, audit, logging, and alerts. When you see the words alternative, backup, and redundancy, then it may be the compensating control. And the corrective control may have the words like backup, restore, and incident response, while the directive control typically include policy, procedures, standards, and guidelines. Objective 1.4, understand the ISC2 Code of Ethics. So ISC2 Code of Ethics purpose is the ISC2 Code of Ethics is a set of principles that guide cybersecurity professionals in maintaining integrity, professionalism, and responsibility while protecting the public, organization, and the profession. So these are four are code of ethic canons, and they are important. you should remember, as well as the order is also important. So protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Number two is act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. Number three is provide diligent and competent service to principals. And number four is advance and protect the profession. Objective 1.5, understand the governance processes. So, what are the policies? So, these relates to the organizational governance. So, policies are basically formal, high-level statements that define an organization's approach to security and set expectations for behavior and compliance. The purpose of the policies are to establish clear rules and responsibilities to protect assets, ensure regulatory compliance, and mitigate risk. So the characteristics of policies are that the policies are mandatory. So this is important. You should remember that uh, policies are mandatory. Following the policies is a must. They are broad in scope and enforceable across the organization. Example of policies include acceptable use policies, data protection policies, incident response policy, and password policy. So, what is the role of policy in governance? The policies serve as the foundation of the security program, guiding decision making and the development of guidelines and procedures. So another governance structure element is the standard. So what is a standard? It is a detailed mandatory. So remember, policy and standard both are mandatory. So these are mandatory rules that specify consistent methods, criteria, or specification to ensure uniform implementation of policies across an organization. The purpose of the standards are to provide clear, measurable requirements to enforce policies and promote consistency in security practices. So some characteristics of standards are that they are rigid and prescriptive. Deviations require formal approval. So deviations from standards require formal approval of the leadership. Example of standards include minimum encryption standards such as AES-256 for sensitive data. So let's suppose if an organization uses this standard, it will be implemented. And as we said that it requires formal approval, let's suppose if due to any reason AES 1 to 8 is used, it will be formally approved from the leadership. So, what is the standard role in governance? So, they translate policies into actionable and enforceable technical or procedure controls to maintain compliance and security objectives. The next terminologies are the procedure. So, procedures are step by step instructions detailing how specific tasks or processes should be performed to comply with policies and procedure. So, the keyword is step by step instruction. And the purpose is to provide clear, actionable guidance for employees to implement security measures effectively and consistently. Characteristics of procedures include they are detailed, task oriented, and specific to role or function, and they are adaptable for operational needs. So, we saw that the standards were rigid, but the procedures are adaptable. Example include steps to configure a firewall, processes for handling security incident, or instructions for onboarding user securely. And their role in governance is to enable practical implementation of policies and standards by guiding day-to-day operations and ensuring adherence. Next is the guidelines. So these are high-level recommendations that outline best practices and frameworks to follow for achieving security objectives. And the purpose is that the guidelines offer direction on how policies and procedures should be implemented to maintain consistent security practices across the organization. And they are flexible. So, unlike policies, guidelines are optional. So, this is a key important term. The policies and standards were mandatory, but the guidelines are not mandatory, they are optional and adaptable, serving as recommendation rather than strict requirements. So you can easily skip the guidelines, but you cannot skip the policies, standards, and procedure. Example includes suggesting encryption method for sensitive data, advising regular updates for software, or recommending access control measures. And guideline role in governance is that it helps bridge the gap between high level policies and specific operational procedures. So again, the governance elements, this is just like a summary slide. So policies are high level statements outlining an organization's security objectives and rules, and they are broad in scope and mandatory. For example, all employees must use strong password. Standard or detailed mandatory rules. There are also mandatory rules specifying uniform methods to enforce policies, provide measurable criteria and technical specifications. Example, password must be at least 12 characters long and include special characters. What is then procedure? It is the step-by-step instructions for carrying out specific tasks to comply with standard and procedure, and these are detailed and task oriented. For example, instructions for resetting a user password securely. And guidelines are recommendations and best practices to guide actions. And these are optional and flexible and not enforceable like standards or policies. For example, it is recommended to use a password manager to store complex password securely. So these elements form just like a pyramid. So procedures are how things should be done. Standards are what standards should be used, and policies are why we need the policies or what is the need of the policy. So these are some policies. Example of the policies. Acceptable use policy, it defines acceptable and prohibited uses of organization resources like networks, devices, and internet access. Information security policies, these are broad policies that outline how the organization protects its data and information system from threats. Business continuity policy ensures critical operations can continue during and after a disruption. Disaster recovery policy specifies how the organization will recover IT system and data after a disaster. Incident response policy establishes processes for identifying, managing, and mitigating security incidents. Software development life cycle or SDLC policy outlines security measures and standards during the development, testing, and deployment of software. And change management policy defines how changes to systems, applications, and configurations are requested, evaluated, approved, and implemented. So now some standard example. So password standard specifies requirements for password creation such as minimum length, complexity, expiration, and reuse prevention. For example, password must be at least 12 characters long and include uppercase, lowercase numbers, and symbols. Access control standards define how access to systems, data, and resources is granted, managed, and revoked, including role based access and least privilege principles. Physical security standard establishes requirements for securing physical locations such as badge access, surveillance cameras, and locked server rooms. And encryption standard specifies algorithms, key lengths, and protocols to protect data in transit and at rest. For example, use AES 256 for sensitive data encryption. Procedures include change management procedure, which provides step-by-step instructions for requesting, evaluating, approving, and implementing changes to systems or processes to minimize the risks and disruptions. Onboarding and off-boarding procedure details how to securely provision and deprovision user accounts, access rights, and equipment during employee hiring and termination. While the playbook is the prescriptive guides for handling specific scenarios such as responding to a phishing attack, managing a malware outbreak, or conducting a forensic investigation. So now some external consideration to the governance, which includes a regulatory consideration, adhere to industry-specific regulations such as HIPAA, GDPR, or PCI DSS to ensure compliance. Regularly monitor regulatory changes to update policies and procedures. Some legal considerations include understand and comply with laws governing data protection, privacy, and cybersecurity, and seek legal counsel to navigate complex jurisdictional requirements. Industry considerations include to follow best practices and standards specific to your industry, such as NIST or ISO 27001, and participate in industry forums to stay updated on emerging threats and solutions. So, external consideration may be local or regional, which align security measures with local or regional data protection and cyber security laws. Consider the cultural and infrastructural factors impacting security in the region. National in comply with national cybersecurity framework such as CISA in the US or ANISA in the EU. Stay informed about government mandated security requirements and initiatives. Global, so these are address cross border data transfer regulations and international security standards, monitor global cybersecurity trends, and collaborate with international organizations for threat intelligence. Two. So our domain two is business continuity, disaster recovery, and incident response concepts. So this is a relatively short domain as compared to the domain one. And in this domain, we will study the purpose, components, and importance of these three concepts, that is business continuity, disaster recovery, and incident response. So the first one is the business continuity, and objective 2.1 is understand the business continuity. So let's get started. So business continuity is the ability of an organization to continue its critical functions and operations during and after a disruption, ensuring that minimal impact on business activity. So as the name indicates, the purpose of business continuity is to continue the business operations during and after an incident or a disruption. And the purpose basically is to ensure continuous operations despite disruptions. So the disruptions can be natural or man-made. Natural include earthquake, tornadoes, etc. Man-made may be, let's suppose, cyber security incidents, cyber breach, and stuff like that. Minimize financial losses and downtime. Maintain stakeholder confidence and compliance, and support quick recovery from incidents. So that's the basic purpose of the business continuity. And the key focus areas are of the business continuity are the people. which is that employee safety and operational readiness. So remember, in any business continuity or disaster recovery on incident response plan, human safety is the foremost and the most important point to consider. And the processes include maintaining essential business functions and ensuring that IT system remains functional. So now coming over to some points regarding the importance of business continuity. So business continuity is to protect business operations. So it prevents disruptions from impacting essential services. It reduces downtime and losses, ensures financial stability by minimizing operational interruptions, enhance reputation and customer trust, so shows reliability and preparedness. So of course, if there is no or very minimal downtime, your customers will be happy and they will be satisfied. So business continuity enhances reputation and customer trust. Regulatory compliance, so meets legal and industry standards such as NIST ISO 22301. So, if you are, let's suppose, working in a banking sector, the organization may have to comply with certain regulations that deals with the continuous operations of uh, banking transaction and banking operations. Prepare for various threats, so addresses cyber attacks, natural disaster, and supply chain failures. So, an example of business continuity is that a natural disaster, let's suppose, affects office operations. In this case, the business continuity enables remote work strategies so that the business operations are continued from work from home or by employee working remotely. So now coming over to some components of the business continuity plan, that is BCB. So the first component is business impact analysis, and it identifies critical business functions and the impact of disruptions on those functions. And it prioritizes recovery efforts based on risk and importance. So an organization may have multiple critical functions, but all functions may the organization may not be able to continue all functions during a disruption. So the business impact analysis purpose is to prioritize these recovery of these functions. Let's suppose if this function has the highest impact on the business operations and on the customer, so this will be prioritized first and so on. Recovery strategy. So defines how to restore critical operations, for example, backup system and alternate sites. So the BCP basically lists the restoration of critical operations, such as, let's suppose, how to restore the database backup or other system and the alternate sites. So each organization has a primary site that is actively used, but during disruption, the organization may have a secondary site from where the operational will be continued during a disruption. Crisis management plan. So it outlines roles, responsibilities, and communication protocols during disruption. So these all things are worked out before the disruption so that the business continuity operations during disruptions occur smoothly and everyone knows their responsibility and the methods of communication are already defined and there is no communication gap or issue. Training and awareness so ensures employees understand their roles in the business continuity plan. And testing and maintenance. So once the BCP business continuity plan is made, testing and maintenance is important. So regularly test the plan to ensure the effectiveness and updates it as needed. So with time, there may be some updates required to the BCP. So these updates are made and then the plane is tested so that it performs as intended. So the next concept in Objective 2.2 is understand disaster recovery or DR. So what is DR? So DR or disaster recovery is a set of policies, tools, and procedures designed to restore IT infrastructure, systems, and data after a disaster or major disruption. So the key point to remember here is that disaster recovery is a subset of business continuity plan and it mainly deals with the IT infrastructure, with the restoration of IT infrastructure, which may include system, hardware, software, databases, etc. So the purpose of disaster recovery is to minimize downtime and ensure rapid system recovery to restore critical IT operations after an incident, to protect data integrity and prevent data loss, and to support business continuity by ensuring technology resilience. So, uh, DR basically supports BCP, or you can say that DR is a subplane or a subpart or the overall BCP plane. And the key concepts in the disaster recovery are that it is basically IT focused recovery. So, disaster recovery, you can also say that it is basically IT recovery. It is data and system restoration. It deals with the data and IT system restoration, and it is a critical part of overall business continuity plan. So that's distinguish is important to remember from the exam point of view as well. Importance of disaster recovery. So disaster recovery basically minimizes downtime. It ensures IT systems are restored quickly, reducing operational disruption. So it protects data integrity, so prevents data loss and ensures data is recoverable to a specific point in time. It supports compliance. So many regulations, for example, GDPR or HIPAA, requires organizations to have disaster recovery plans to protect sensitive data. So it reduces financial losses. So downtime can cost businesses significant revenues, and DR helps mitigate these losses. And the last one is that it enhances customer trust because it maintains customer confidence by ensuring reliable service. So now coming over to some components of disaster recovery plan, and the first one is recovery time objective, that is RTO. So it is the maximum acceptable downtime for an IT system. So let's suppose when you are planning for the recovery of the system, the time takes to recover a system must be less than the RTO because it is the maximum downtime for acceptable downtime for an IT system, and this IT system must be restored before the RTO. So, for example, if RTO is let's suppose 10 minutes, the IT system should be restored in, let's suppose, 9 minutes, 8 minutes, or less than that. Another important point is our component is recovery point objective, RPO, which is the maximum acceptable data loss in time. So what does this mean? This is basically deals with the database backup and recovery. For example, if you have a critical database and you take backup after every hour, let's suppose a simple example, and your RPO is, let's suppose, 30 minutes, then you are in loss because if, let's suppose, you have just taken the backup and after 59 minutes there is a disaster, it means that you have lost data of 59 minutes. So, in order to keep with the RPO, you must take the backup after at least 30 minutes. Backup and recovery strategies. So, methods for backing up and restoring data, such as cloud backups or off-site storage, disaster recovery sites, so alternate locations for restoring IT operations, for example, hot sites, warm sites, or cold sites. So these things should be taken into consideration inside the DRP. So when there is a disruption, and let's suppose your primary site and IT systems are no longer available and they cannot be used, so the organization has some alternate sites, and these can be hard sites which are very quickly restored without any disruption, but are also very costly. Warm sites can be restored, but it takes some time, maybe in hours. So this is between hard sites and cold site. Cold sites are takes the most time, but these are least expensive. Testing and drills. So regular testing of the DR plane to ensure effectiveness. Now coming over to the objective 2.3, which is understanding the incident response. So this is our third concept. So what is incident response? So incident response, or IR, is a structured approach to addressing and managing the aftermath of a cyber security incident, for example, data breaches, malware attack, or unauthorized access. What is the purpose of incident response? The purpose of incident response is to identify and contain security threats quickly, to minimize damage to systems, data, and business operations, and to ensure rapid recovery after an incident, and to improve security posture by learning from the incident. So, key focus areas of the incident response are detection and containment, which is stopping the spread of threats. For example, if there is a malware attack, you need to stop the spread of the malware by isolating the infected systems, remediation and recovery, eliminating the root cause, and restoring the services. So, in this case, the root cause was when an employee clicked a suspicious link. So, the root cause here is the lack of awareness and training. So, the root cause, elimination of the root cause would be to train the employees on the malware and suspicious links. And post incident learning, which is preventing future occurrences. What is the importance of incident response? It reduces business disruption. Swift action minimizes operational impact. It mitigates financial losses, so prevents costly downtime and regulatory penalties. It protects data and IT infrastructure, so it stops data breaches and system damage. And it enhances cyber resilience, so it strengthens defenses against future attacks. And it ensures compliance, so aligns with frameworks like NIST, ISO 27035, GDPR, and CIS controls. An example scenario is a malware outbreak spreads in a network, so the incident response isolates infected systems and removes malware from the system. Now coming over to components of the incident response plan, that is IRP. And the components includes, or you can also say the step or the processes include the preparation, which include or establishes policies, tools, and training for the incident response team. The next component is detection and analysis. So this step identifies and assesses the scope of the incident. Next one is the containment. So once an incident is detected, the containment limits the spread of the incident and prevents further damage. So in our malware example, the spread can be prevented and damage can be controlled by isolating the affected systems and PCs from the network or disconnecting the systems from the network. Next component is eradication. So it removes the root cause of the incident, for example, malware vulnerabilities. So these vulnerabilities can be, as I said, the lack of training. Another vulnerability can be uh, the unpaged system. So there were some systems which were not paged for security vulnerabilities, which were exploited by the malware. Next component is the recovery of the system. It restores system and operations to normal. And the last one is the post-incident review, which analyzes the incident to improve future responses and prevention. So that's it for this domain. I hope it has been of some value and uh, of benefit to you. So please like, share, and subscribe to the channel and stay tuned for the next video. Welcome back to our ISC2 Certified in Cybersecurity course. In this video, we are diving into Domain 3 access control concepts. Just like the previous two domains, this lesson follows the official ISC2 exam objectives, so you are learning exactly what you need to pass the exam. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe and check out Domain 1 and 2 if you missed it. If you have any question or thoughts along the way, drop them in the comments below. Also support the channel by hitting the like, subscribe and notification bell. Now let's get into Domain 3. So Domain 3 access control concepts, and our first objective is understand logical access controls. So let's get started. Our first topic is principle of least privilege. And the definition is that the user and system are granted only minimum access necessary to perform their task, reducing the security risk. And its purpose is that it limits potential damage from accidental or malicious actions by restricting necessary privileges. And it is implemented by assigning permissions based on roles, regularly reviewing the access rights, and enforcing strict access control. So the roles mean that, let's suppose you have an organization where there are HR employees, there are help desk employees, and there are system administrators. So the HR employees are given accounts having the HR role where they can only configure or view the employees' record, pay, etc. The help desk technicians can only generate tickets and record the complaints, while the admin accounts have more privileges because they can configure and install the applications as well as systems. So let's suppose if the help desk account is compromised, it will have a minimum effect because this account has very least privileges as opposed to the admin account. Let's suppose if the roles were not defined and each user, including the HR, help desk, as well as admin, were given the admin account such that they had all the privileges, then the exposure of such accounts would have very catastrophic effects. So that's why the benefit of this principle are that it reduces security risks from compromised accounts. Because the accounts have minimum privileges, it limits potential damage from insider threats. So let's suppose if the help desk employee is disgruntled due to any reason, he or she would have minimum access to the system and the damage would be minimum. It also simplifies auditing and compliance. How it simplifies auditing? Because the HR accounts are with the HR staff, the help desk account are with the help desk technician, and if they perform any tasks, these tasks or actions are logged and can be traced back to the employees. Similarly, it improves overall systems stability. Next topic is the segregation of duties. The segregation of duty is dividing the critical task among multiple users to prevent fraud, errors, and unauthorized actions. And its purpose is that it ensures that no single individual has complete control over sensitive operations, reducing insider threats. It is implemented by dividing responsibilities. For example, a request can be done by one employee, it can be approved by another employee, and the final execution can be done by another employee. So, in this way, responsibilities are distributed, and no single employee can do all the things such as request, approval, and execution, and enforce access control to limit overlapping privileges. Benefit is that it enhances accountability, deter insider threats, and strengthens overall security. So let's go through an example of the segregation of duty in a financial transaction. So in a financial system, segregation of duty ensures that no single person can both initiate as well as approve a payment. So for the payment, there can be two or three employees. So the request is made by one employee, it is approved by another, and it is paid to the third employee. So if let's suppose this employee want to do fraudulent payment, he or she cannot do it alone. This employee as well as this employee has to be compressed in order to do this task, and this is why it is very difficult to perform such fraudulent payment or task. So the purchasing is done by one employee. One employee is responsible for creating and submitting purchase orders or request. Payment processing. A separate employee is responsible for approving those purchase orders and issuing payments. And record keeping. A third employee or system reconcile the bank statement and record the transaction. So now some logical access control system, and the first one is the discretionary access control, also known as DAC. So what is this? So it is a flexible, the key point here is a flexible access control model where the owner of a resource determines who can access it and what actions they can perform. What does this mean? That the owner can assign. So the owner means that this owner has this resource or object. The owner owns this and he or she can give access to this resource to other employees or user. It is at the discretion of the owner. That's why it is known as discretionary access control. Key feature include that permissions are assigned at the discretion of the data owner rather than enforced by a central authority. Advantage is that it is flexible and user friendly. It is flexible because the owner can assign the user permission can to the user or to the groups. And it is user friendly. It can be done very easily. Drawback is that it is less secure as owner may grant excessive access, increasing risk of misuse. For example, the owner may inadvertently or mistakenly assign some user the permission that they are not supposed to have. Example of this discretionary access control is that a file owner granting or restricting read-write access to specific user in an operating system. For example, you must have seen in Linux, the file can be uh, given permission, the read, write, and it can be assigned to specific user or groups by the user. The next logical access control system is the mandatory access control, also known as MAC. And it is a strict access control model where permissions are enforced by a central authority based on security classifications. So these are the key points, that the permission are granted based on the security clearances or classification, and it is enforced by a central system or central authority. Key features include that user cannot change access permissions. Access is determined by system policies and security labels. Advantage is that it is highly secure and minimizes the risk of unauthorized access. So it is more secure than the previous tag. So MAC, or mandatory access control, is more secure than the tag. And its drawback is that it is inflexible and complex to manage. So the DAC was flexible and easy to manage, user-friendly, while the MAC, or mandatory access control, is inflexible and complex to manage. An example is that a military system where documents are classified as confidential, secret, or top secret, and only users with the appropriate clearance can access them. So let's suppose a user having confidential clearance cannot view or see the secret document. He or she can only view the document up to his or her own clearance. The next access control system is the role-based access control, or RBAC, which is a security model where access permissions are assigned based on user role within an organization. Such as, for example, in this graph, we can see that we have two users. User 1 has the cap, you can say the cap of admin or the role of admin, and so he or she has permissions to these 4 resources. The second user wears the regular user cap, or the role of regular user, and the user 2 has thus access to only 2 resources, 1 and 3. Key features include that users inherit permission based on predefined roles, for example, admin, manager, and employee, and users are assigned to these roles. Simplify access management. So you make the role only once, and if there is another user, let's suppose we have user 3, instead of assigning user all the resources and doing the configuration, user is only added to this role, and all the resources inside this under this role are assigned automatically to the user. So it simplifies management, improves scalability, and ensure consistent access rights. So these are consistent because user 1 and user 3 will always have the same access rights, and they are consistent across the board. Drawback is that it requires careful role design to avoid excessive permission. So like suppose if the regular user are mistakenly assigned resource 4, which was not supposed to be assigned, then all the user inside this role will have the access to resource 4, which was not supposed to be the case. Example include, in a company, an HR manager can access employee records while an IT staff member can manage system configurations. Objective 3.2 is understand physical access control. So after logical access control, we will now explore the physical access control. So what is physical security? Physical security is the protection of physical assets, including hardware, data center, and personnel from unauthorized access. And its importance is that strong physical security is crucial for information security, as it prevents unauthorized access to sensitive data and infrastructure. Key components of physical security are access control. So implementing measures to restrict access to authorized personnel only, such as through biometric authentication, including the fingerprint, facial recognition, and iris scan, and access cards are token and security guards. So these are our access control, physical access control mechanism. Perimeter security is protecting the physical boundaries of the facility, such as data center, and the physical boundary is secured through fences, barriers, and surveillance camera and alarm systems. Environmental control includes maintaining optimal environmental conditions for hardware and data, including climate control, fire suppression systems, and power backup solutions such as UPS and genset, etc. So now physical access control examples. First one is the access badges. So these are access badges are used for identification and authentication. Access badges verify the identity of individuals entering secured areas, ensuring that only authorized personnel are admitted. Access restrictions, so configurable to allow entry to specific zones based on roles and permissions, thus enhancing security. Tracking and auditing, so records badge usage, provide logs for monitoring and incident investigation. So, for example, this badge or this card, when used to access an area, the access is logged because let's suppose this card is owned by user 1 and the access is logged, and the log entry may include that the time of access, the time of badge, etc. So it is easy to track and audit the entrance to secure areas. So it can also be integrated with multi-factor integration. For example, when user want to access this facility area, he or she may receive a PIN on their mobile phone, and this PIN must be entered to access the area. So can integrate with PINs or biometric for enhanced security. So either it can be combined with a PIN or there may be a biometric sensor as well. So both these will be required to access the facility. Deterrence, so it acts as a deterrence as well as visible reminder for security protocol discouraging unauthorized access. So any user that does not have the card will be deterred from trying to access the or enter the facility. Lost or stolen badge management, so easily deactivated to prevent misuse if a badge is lost or stolen. So let's suppose if this badge is or card is lost, it can be deactivated from the system so that it cannot be unauthorized in a unauthorized way used. Another physical access control is are the bollards. So these are bollards are sturdy vertical posts such as these installed to block vehicular or unauthorized personal access from accessing restricted areas. So they are mainly used for vehicular areas such as this one, and they are installed in front of a facility such as a convenience store, etc. The purpose is that they prevent physical breaches such as ramming attacks, which could lead to data theft or damage to critical infrastructure. So these attacks may be intentional or unintentional when the driver is disoriented and accidentally ram his vehicle into the facility. Example of use include protecting server rooms, data centers, and outdoor IQ equipment like backup generators or telecom cabinets. So material of bollards include they are typically made of steel or reinforced concrete for durability and impact resistance. And they can be integrated with other systems as well. So they are often used alongside access control system like gates or barriers for comprehensive perimeter security. Another physical access control mechanism are the fences. So fences are barriers designed to prevent unauthorized physical access to a specific area, typically around facilities, data center, or restricted areas. such as this one. So they may be of many types. This one is less secure. So this may just act as a deterrent. A preventive fence may be very high and may have other security mechanisms so that intruder cannot bypass them. So their purpose is that they serve as the first line of defense by creating a clear boundary between the secure and public area. So in this way, this fence can create a clear boundary of a secure area. So it is deterrence. Visible fences discourage intrusion and signal that area is protected. And types include fences can vary based on security needs, including chain link, barbed wire, or electrical fences. Integration, so they are often paired with additional security measures like surveillance cameras, motion sensors, and security personnel for enhanced protection. Objective 3.2 Physical Security Monitoring Systems. So, how to monitor the physical perimeters or physical facilities? First one is the video surveillance. So, camera and video surveillance provide a way to monitor and record the property perimeter for intruders and potential attackers. So, they are considered detective physical control. So, the camera can detect an intrusion, but their presence may also be a deterrent. So the camera, you can say, is both detective as well as deterrent, because if a potential intruder sees the camera, he or she will be deterred from entering the facilities, knowing that the intrusion will be recorded. Security guards. So security guards are typically employed 24/7, but could just be present during business or non-business hours. So they are also a type of physical security control and a monitoring mechanism. So they fit into multiple security control types. So they are detective, they can detect intrusion, they are deterrent as well, and they are preventive as well. They can physically prevent someone from entering a facility. So they fit into all these three categories. So the security guards can provide rapid security response if an intrusion or incident occurs. Robots sentries are rapidly replacing human in certain scenarios. Another physical security monitoring system is through the lightning. So lighting acts as deterrence. Well-lit areas discourage unauthorized access and criminal activities by increasing the risk of detection. Visibility, so lighting enhances visibility for security personnel, CCTV cameras, and unauthorized user to monitor and detect suspicious activities. Access control, so illuminates entry points such as doors, gates, and parking areas to improve monitoring and control of access. And safety, so reduces accidents and hazards for authorized personnel by improving navigation in dark areas. So lighting should be strategically placed because critical in high risk zones such as perimeters, pathways, and critical infrastructure areas to enhance overall security. And they can be integrated with other technology. So it works in conjunction with motion sensors, CCTV, and alarm system for automated threat detection and response. So now coming over to types of different sensors. So first one is the infrared, which detects heat signature in the form of infrared radiation emitted by people, animals, or objects. And infrared can be integrated into security cameras and alarm system to improve detection capabilities. Second one is the pressure sensor. They are designed to detect change in pressure on a surface or in a specific area, such as person walking on a floor or stepping on a mat. The pressure sensors are used in access control systems to ensure that only authorized personnel can enter the area. Another sensor is the microwave, which are uses microwave technology to detect movement within a specific area, and they are often used with other type of sensors to reduce false alarms. Another sensor type is ultrasonic, which emits high frequency sound waves and measures the time it takes for the sound waves to bounce back after hitting an object or surface. So it is commonly used in parking assistance, robotic navigation, and intrusion detection. So that's all for this domain. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe, like, and share the video by supporting the channel. Thank you and see you in the next video. Welcome back to our ISC2 Certified in Cybersecurity course. In this video, we are diving into domain 4 network security. Just like the previous three domains, this lesson also follows the official ISC2 CC exam objectives, so you are learning exactly what you need to pass the exam. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe and check out the previous three domains. If you have any questions or thoughts along the way, drop them in the comments below. Also support the channel by hitting the like, subscribe, and notification bell. Now let's get into domain 4. Welcome to the domain 4, that is network security. So this domain is very important not only for this certification, but understanding the computer networking is also fundamental in other network certifications such as the CompTIA Security Plus, CompTIA Network Plus, or even in the advanced certifications such as CISP, CCSP, etc. Besides certification, understanding the basic and fundamental computer networking is also important. If you are a professional network engineer or a system engineer, so understanding the basic and fundamental computer networking will always help you in your professional field. So that's why I will suggest that you watch this video from beginning to the end. And if there is any question or any confusion, feel free to comment and I will be happy to reply your queries and questions. So let's get started. So the first and most important concept is the open system interconnection or OSI model. So we always study this model or start with this model when we start the networking fundamentals. And the definition of OSI model is that the OSI model is a conceptual framework that standardizes network communication. So the key point here is that it is conceptual, it is not practically used. And we will study in a while that what is the practical model that is being used in our networks today. So the OSI model was developed by ISO, that is International Organization for Standardization, in 1984. And the purpose of the model was to standardize the network communication and to ensure interoperability between different devices and systems, and to simplify troubleshooting by isolating issues to specific layers. So the basic purpose was to establish a basic industry standard that can be followed by all the vendors and manufacturers. And the key concept is that the data flows through the layers, with each layer adding or removing its own header. So adding the header is known as encapsulation, and removing the header is known as de-encapsulation. So this is how the encapsulation and de-encapsulation works. When the client, let's suppose right now I am using this PowerPoint presentation, or I am using a browser. So I am interacting with the application layer and I am using a client. The browser, let's suppose we will use the example of the browser. It is a client, And when I access a website, I am basically directly interacting with the application layer. And when the packet or the data is required to be sent from my computer to the network, the packet goes this way, and each layer adds its own header. So this process is known as encapsulation. Encapsulation. So when the packet goes from the client and it goes from application layer down to the physical layer, the header is added by each layer. For example, the transport layer adds its port number, for example, port 80 for HTTP. The network layer adds its IP addresses, the source and destination IP addresses. And the data link layer basically adds the MAC address to forward the traffic to the next device. And when the packet is received by the server, let's suppose a web server, then the packet travels up to the application layer and the headers are removed at each layer. It is subtracted, and this process is then known as the encapsulation. So there are 7 layers in the OSI model. We will go through them one by one. The first one is the application layer, and it is also known as layer 7. If you number them from bottom to top, from physical up to application, these are 7 layers. And it interfaces with the application. So the user or the client directly interacts with this layer, such as the browser or a web application. And examples of this layer are the protocols that work at these layers are, let's suppose, HTTP, FTP, and SMTP. HTTP is the web browsing protocol or the web uh, server protocol. FTP is file transfer protocol. SMTP is simple mail transfer protocol. The next layer is the presentation layer, which is layer 6, numbered as 6. And this layer deals with the data formatting, encryption, and compression. And some standards or protocol at this layer are JPEG, MPEG, and SSL/TLS. SSL is the secure socket layer, or the latest version of this is TLS, which is transport layer security. So this basically provides security to the HTTP, and when it is used, the secure version of HTTP is then known as HTTPS. The next layer is the session layer or layer 5. So it manages sessions and connection, and some protocols at this layer are NetBIOS and PRC. And the next layer after session is the transport layer. So this layer is very important, also known as layer 4, and it ensures reliable transmission. And the most popular protocols that work at this layer are TCP and UDP. So TCP, as we know, is a reliable and connection-oriented protocol that use three-way handshake to make the connection, while the UDP, it is connectionless protocol, and it does not form any connection such as three-way before sending the packets. It just transmits packets and hopes for the best. So each of these has its own usage and its own benefits and drawbacks. The next layer is the network layer or layer 3. So basically the routing and addressing happens at layer 3. And by addressing, we means the IP addressing. So at layer 4, we can say that the port addressing happens at layer 4, such as the HTTP port is 80. It is added over here. And the IP addressing happens or is used at layer 3. And some popular protocol are, of course, IP, ICMP. And the devices that work at layer 3 are known as routers. And the data, you can say that the data segment at these layers are known as packets. The next layer is data link layer or layer 2, and error detection and MAC addressing happens at this data link layer or layer 2. MAC is the media access control, and the popular protocol at this layer is, of course, Ethernet, and the addressing uses MAC. MAC address MAC addressing happens at layer 2, and the devices that work at these layers are known as switches. So you will often hear that switches are layer 2 device, routers are layer 3, firewalls are above layer 3, they are layer 4, as well as the latest modern day firewall, also known as NG firewall or stateful firewall, or layer 7 as well. Another firewall, such as web application firewall, is also layer 7 firewall. And the last layer is the layer 1 or physical layer, where the transmission of raw bits takes place, and the cables, the wireless signals basically work at this layer, and the devices that work at this layer are basically hubs and repeaters, and these devices are no longer used. The switches and the routers are basically used inside the modern networking. So as we said that the OSI model was a theoretical framework, so the practical framework that is currently used is the TCP/IP model. So the TCP/IP, or the Transmission Control Protocol or Internet Protocol model, is the foundational framework for the Internet and modern networking. It was developed by the US Department of Defense to ensure reliable communication, and it consists of four layers as opposed to the OSI 7 layer. The TCP/IP model consists of four layers that map that are mapped closely to the OSI model. We will see that how they are mapped in the upcoming slides. So it was designed to standardize end-to-end communication across interconnected network. So these are basically the four layers of the TCP/IP model. So if we start from the bottom, we have the network layer. So you can say that the network layer is basically the combination of the physical as well as the data link layer. Then we have the internet layer. In the OSI model, it was known as the network layer. Then we have the transport layer. And the last one is the application layer, which is the combination of application, presentation, as well as session layers of the OSI model. So now let's briefly go through the layers of the TCP/IP model. So the application layer 4, it handles high-level protocol, same just like we studied in OSI model. And the protocol include again HTTP, FTP, SMTP, and DNS. The transport layer now is the layer 3, and it manages end-to-end communication. It is basic TCP is reliable connection oriented protocol, while UDP is used for speedy and real-time communication such as voice or IP or video conferencing or gaming, etc., where speed is more important than reliability. The next layer is the internet layer or layer 2, which handles again addressing, routing, and packet forwarding, and the popular protocol here are IP, ICMP. The routing protocols such as OSPF, RIP, etc. also work at this layer. And the last layer is the network access layer or layer 1, which defines physical transmission such as Ethernet, Wi-Fi, ARP, and MAC addressing. So as we can see that this combines both the physical as well as the layer 2 address, layer 2 layers of the OSI model. And this is basically the mapping. So here we can see that the OSI data link and physical layer are mapped to the network access layer in the TCP/IP. The network layer is basically directly mapped to the network layer. So this layer is also known as internet layer. You can call it network layer or internet layer. Transport layer is again mapped to the same transport layer, while the application layer of TCP/IP is mapped to the three layers of OSI, which are application, presentation, and session. So now let's go through some comparison between these two models. So similarity include that both are layered model for network communication. Layered means that both have distinct layers. TCP/IP have 4 layers while OSI had 7 layers. Differences include that TCP/IP has 4 layers while OSI has 7 layers. TCP/IP is more practical, or you can say that it is practically used in modern networking and widely used, while OSI is more of a theoretical model that is just nowadays used for understanding the network. TCP/IP combine the presentation and session layers into the application layer. So now coming over to another topic that is very fundamental to computer networking, which is IP or IPv4 in this case. So IPv4 or Internet Protocol version 4 is the most widely used protocol for addressing devices on a network. And it uses a 32-bit addressing scheme allowing for 4.3 billion unique addresses. So this is the 32 bits. So in decimal, it has 4 octets, and each octet in binary is basically 8 bits. So 4 into 8, it means that this is 32 bits, or 8 bit is equal to 1 byte. So you can also say that the whole IPv4 address is 4 bytes. So addresses are written in dotted decimal notation. For example, this one are 192.168.1.1, and it is connectionless and operates at network layer that is layer 3 of the OSI model. So if it is connectionless, then how the network works? So the connection and other features are then provided by other layers, such as, let's suppose, TCP. The end-to-end connection are provided by TCP through port numbers, for example, port 80 at the server end and some dynamic ports at the client side. So this is how the communications are connection oriented overall. So these are some of the classes in IPv4. Class A, B, C, D, and E. So class A is you can distinguish, or you can know the class A by its first octet, which ranges from 1 to 6. So for example, if you see an IP address 10.2.3.1, you can easily say that it is class A because it falls in this range. And this class has the maximum number of hosts. What does this mean? That one network of this class has this number of hosts, and the total networks in the class A are basically 1 to 8. And if you exclude the first and the last, so it is basically 1 to 6 networks. The next class is class B, and it is distinguished from the first octet, and its range is 1 to 8, from 1 to 8 to up to 191. And it has 65,535 number of hosts in one network, and this class has total of 16,384 networks. The next class is class C, which ranges from 192 to up to 223, the first octet of this class. And the popular IP address scheme, such as 192.168.1. Let's suppose 2 basically is from class C, and there are 254 hosts in one subnet or one network of this class, and there are total this number of networks in class C. So class D basically range is this. The first octet range is from 224 to 239, and this is basically used for multicasting. And the next is class E, which range is from 240 up to 255, and this one is experimental and reserved and not practically used. So what are the some of the limitations of the IPv4? So the first one is the address exhaustion. So we studied that there were 4.3 billion IP addresses, unique IP addresses in class IPv4. So these were a huge number initially, let's suppose, when it was established in 1980. But as the networks grew, this number soon became very small and was exhausted. So the 32-bit IP address space allows for 4.3 billion addresses, which is insufficient for the growing number of devices. So some workarounds for these limitations are that network address translation were introduced. So when was this introduced? So netting was introduced in yeah, in about between 1990 and 2000. So it allows multiple devices to share a single public IP addresses. And these multiple devices basically uses the private IP address scheme, and the single public IP address is used by all the devices to access the internet. Another workaround was to use the classless interdomain routing. So as we studied in the previous slide, that there were classes. For example, the class A has huge number of hosts, millions of hosts, which were not required for every organization. So CIDR was used so that this class can be further divided into smaller networks as per the requirements. And the final solution was the IPv6 adoption. So the next generation protocol with a 1 to 8 bit address space, which is a huge number and sufficient for all the devices currently and in the foreseeable future. So now coming over to the IP version 6, understanding IPv6. So IPv6 or Internet Protocol version 6 is the successor to IPv4, which was designed to solve the address exhaustion. So it uses a 1 to 8 bit addressing scheme, allowing for 340 undecillion unique addresses. So honestly, I don't know what undecillion is, but it is indeed a very huge number. And the addresses are written in hexadecimal format. For example, this is an IPv6 address, and this whole is 1 to 8 bit. And it is again connection length and operates as at network layer or layer 3 of the OSI model. Same in the case with the in the same manner as in the IPv4. So this is the an example of IPv6 address. So each octet is basically 16 bits. In IPv4 it was 8 bit, but here it is 16 bits. And we have how many octets? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 9. So 16 into 9 is 1 to 8 bits. Now coming on some benefits and features of IPv6. So the key benefits are that no netting is required as were used in IPv4. So because we have a very vast IP address, so vast address space eliminates the need for netting, and it has built-in security. So IPsec or IP security is mandatory for IPv6. IPsec is basically an encrypted communication channel that is used in the networking, and it has a simplified header format, so it reduces processing overhead. It has the auto configuration feature which supports stateful, that is DHCP version 6, and stateless, that is SLAAC address configuration. And it is better multicast and anycast capability. It has better multicast and anycast capability, which enhances network efficiency. So some adoption challenges include compatibility issues with older IPv4 networks, slow transition due to infrastructure upgrades, and dual stack implementation is needed for coexisting IPv4 and IPv6. So these benefits are also fleshed over here. So now coming over to another topic, which is Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi is a wireless networking technology that allows devices to connect to the internet without physical cables. And it uses radio frequency signals to enable communication between devices as opposed to physical cables. And it operates under the IEEE 802.11 standard, which defines various Wi-Fi versions. And these are the various Wi-Fi versions. So common standard or version include 802.11a, which uses 5 gigahertz frequency and has 54 megabit per second speed. So it is old one and it is no longer used. And then the 802.11b, which uses 2.4 gigahertz and has a speed of 11 mbps. 802.11g again uses 2.4 gigahertz frequency and has a speed of 54 mbps. 802.11n uses both the frequencies of 2.4 and 5 gigahertz and has 600 mbps of speed. And 802.11c uses 5 gigahertz frequency and it has a speed of 1 gigabit per second plus. While the latest 802.11ax, also known as Wi-Fi 6, uses both the 2.4 and 5 gigahertz frequency and has a speed of up to 9.6 gigabit per second. So some Wi-Fi security mechanism or measures or standards includes WEP, which is weak and compromised and no longer used. WEP stands for Wired Equivalence Privacy. WPA was introduced after WEP, which is I don't remember the abbreviation right now. The next improved version of WPA or WPA2, and the latest and more secure version is the WPA3. And these are basically, you can say, different encryption and security mechanism for Wi-Fi communication. So Wi-Fi also has Wi-Fi devices has the MAC filtering feature, which restricts devices based on MAC addresses, and the SSID hardening, which conceals network name from public visibility. So this is not a very strong security feature, but nonetheless, it can be used. So anyone of you who know the abbreviation of WPA, please write it in the comments. The next topic is the ports. So what are the ports? These are virtual endpoints for communication in network devices. Remember, we studied that the ports are basically works at the transport layer, and they are basically used by the protocol TCP and UDP. So it allows multiple services to run on a single IP address. What does this mean? This means that let's suppose we have a server over here. So this server has, let's suppose, single IP address 192.168.1.1, but it can host multiple applications. Let's suppose it hosts a web server which runs on port 80. So it also uses SSH for management. The administrator can manage the server through SSH, which uses port 222. You can also host or use it as an email server. So it can also host the email server, which I think runs on port 25. It can also host an FTP server, which runs on port 20 and 21. So in this way, through a single IP address, we can use multiple connection or multiple services. Key characteristics include that it is basically a 16-bit number inside the header. That's why its range is from 0 to 65,535, and it is part of the transport layer, as I said, of the TCP and UDP protocol, and it is essential for multiplexing network services. So this is how it is done. One IP address is used to multiplex multiple services. And these are the some network ports. So the port range from 0 to 1023, this is known as well-known ports. For example, the ports that follow in this range, port 80, 22, 443, 53. This is for DNS, this is for HTTP, this is for SSH. These are well-known ports for well-known services. Then some registered ports, these are registered by a different organization for their customized services. And this range is from 1024 up to 49151. And then lastly comes the dynamic ports, and the dynamic range is basically from 49152 up to 65565. And these are basically the clients port that are dynamically assigned to them. For example, when the web browser accesses the web server, the client is assigned a port from this range. So some common ports example include the port 80 used by HTTP and 443, which is secure version of HTTP used by HTTPS. 21 is used by FTP, 22 by SSH, 25 by SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and 53 by DNS, which is Domain Name System. Another quick question, which protocol is used by DNS, TCP or UDP? Anyone knowing this question can answer it in the comment. And this is how the ports work. So the client basically requests, and client has a source port, which is we saw in the previous range above the 49,000 range. It is a dynamic random high number assigned to the client. And there is a destination port, which is most of the time from the well-known port range, such as port 80, for example. Web server, web browser, which is a client, to port 80, which is a destination port, and it is also known as the service port, because this port is used to run the web service. So server, how does server respond? So server listens are well-known ports. For example, HTTP port 80, it responds to client's request on open ports. So if the server has the web server running on port 80, it will respond. And if the server is, let's suppose, running 443 and uses service HTTPS, and the client requests on this port, the server will not respond because this port is not open. Maintain unique session identification. This is how it works. So the client basically sends the request, and at the other side we have the server which listens on these well-known or service ports and then responds to the client. Port security. So some common risks associated with the ports are that open ports as attack vectors. So let's suppose if you have open port 80, and if there is any vulnerability in this port, it is an attack vector for the attackers. So it is always best practice to disable the ports that are not used. Port scanning by hackers. So hackers can easily scan your server IP address and determine the open ports. And let's suppose if this port is running HTTP server, may have the it may have different service vulnerabilities. So best practices are to close or disable the unused ports, use firewall to filter traffic. So you can also block the, let's suppose, port 80 at the firewall. If you have firewall installed at the perimeter or before the server, you can also filter the uh, ports that are not required inside your network. Regularly update the services and implement port knocking. Next topic is the related topic to port is the applications. So applications in networking refer to the software and protocols that enable communication over a network. The application operates at the application layer, that is layer 7 of the OSI model. In TCP/IP model, this is basically layer 4. So it provides essential services for users and devices to interact over the internet or private network. So the application basically works on two main model. The predominant model is the client server model, while the peer-to-peer architecture is also used in some applications, such as you must have used the BitTorrent application, which uses the peer-to-peer architecture, and it uses underlying transport protocols such as TCP and UDP. So some common applications for web browsing, it uses HTTP port 80, and the secure version is HTTPS, which uses port 443 for accessing web content. And these web application allows user to interact with websites securely, particularly HTTPS. Email services, so they uses the SMTP protocol on port 25 for sending emails, and uses IMAP, which uses port 143, and POP3 on port 110 for receiving emails. So this port 25 or SMTP is used for sending emails, and these two are used for receiving and retrieving email. File transfer, which is FTP application, uses port 21 for transferring files between servers and clients. And the secure version of this is SFTP, which uses port 22, and FTPS, which uses port 990 for secure file transfer. For remote access and remote management, SSH is used on port 22 for secure remote administration. RDP, which is remote desktop protocol, uses port 3389 for remote desktop access, particularly for Windows operating system, where when we just do mstsc in the run command, this basically uses the RDP protocol to remotely access the desktop of a server or PC. DNS, domain name system, it resolves domain names to IP addresses, and it works on port 53. Objective 4.2, which is understand the network threats and attacks. So now we will study some types of network threats, and the first one is distributed denial of service, or DDoS, which is overwhelming a target's network or services with massive amount of traffic from multiple sources to disrupt operations. And how it can be prevented? So use DDoS protection services and web application firewall. So the web application firewall is basically used to secure web services or web application from multiple types of attacks, including DDoS. Implement rate limiting and traffic filtering. So these can be done through firewalls or proxies, and monitor network traffic for anomalies. So, for example, if you see an abnormal surge in the traffic, then you can assume that there has a DDoS attacks is going on. So, what are some of the indicators of compromise of DDoS? So, sudden spikes in incoming traffic from multiple IP addresses, and network slowdowns or unavailability. So some types of DDoS include amplified DDoS, which is using vulnerable servers to magnify attack traffic by sending small requests that result in large responses directed at the victims. So this is how basically the attackers sends requests to these compromised devices, and these then send amplified packets to the victim, which is overwhelmed and made unavailable for legitimate users. Prevention is to secure open resolvers and disable unnecessary services. Use source IP filtering to block spoof traffic. Indicators of compromise include traffic from known amplification vectors such as DNS or NTP servers and high volumes of outbound responses from internal services. Another DDoS attack type is the reflected, which is exploiting legitimate servers to reflect traffic to the target by spoofing the victim's IP address. And prevention can be done by configuring servers to only respond to legitimate traffic and implementing ingress and egress filtering to block spoofed packets. Indicators of compromise include unusual pattern of unsolicited responses from trusted services and increased traffic with spoofed source IP addresses. Next threat type is the ransomware, which is malicious software that encrypts a victim's files or locks their system, demanding a ransom for decryption or decryption key. Prevention include regularly backing up data and storing it offline, using endpoint protection with real-time malware detection, and keeping the software and system up to date with latest security patches from the vendor. Indicators of compromise include that unusual file extension or encrypted files with random nodes, such as this one, sudden system slowdowns or unresponsive devices, alert messages demanding payment in cryptocurrency, and suspicious processes or network traffic to known malicious IPs. So, ransomware is basically a type of malware. So, now we are studying different types of malware. Next is the Trojan, which is a type of malware disguised as legitimate program or file designed to gain unauthorized access to a system or steal sensitive data. Prevention can be done by installing and maintaining up to date antivirus and anti malware software, using firewalls and restricting unnecessary system access, and educating users about phishing attacks and suspicious email links or attachments. Indicators of compromise include unexpected system behavior or performance issues and detection of unfamiliar processes running in the background and unexplained data transfer or connections to unknown IP addresses. Next malware type is the worm, which is a self replicating malware that spreads across networks without user intervention, often exploiting vulnerabilities in software or system. Prevention can be done by applying security patches or updates to all systems regularly, using firewalls and network segmentation to limit the spread, and disabling unnecessary file sharing and remote access services. Indicators of compromise of form include unusual or rapid network traffic patterns, increased system resource usage or system slowdown, detection of unknown processes or files spreading across multiple devices, and unexpected system crashes or failures. Spyware is a malicious software designed to securely monitor and collect user data such as keystrokes, browsing habits, or sensitive information without user consent. Prevention can be done by installing and updating reputable anti-spyware tools, avoiding downloading software or clicking on ads from untrusted websites, and regularly updating software and operating system to patch vulnerabilities. Indicators of compromise include unusual system slowdown or frequent crashes, unexpected pop ups or ads even without a browser open, increased network activity without user initiated actions, and unauthorized changes to browser settings or home pages. Another malware type is the bloatware, which are pre-installed or unnecessary software on devices that consume system resources and may pose security risks. Prevention include purchasing devices with minimal pre-installed software or opt out or opt for clean installation. Regularly review and uninstall unused or unnecessary application and use third-party tools to detect and remove bundled software. Indicators of compromise include reduced system performance due to excessive resource usage. So this is basically common among all the malware types. Frequent pop-ups or prompts encouraging the use of unnecessary applications, and reduced storage space from unwanted application taking up memory. Virus. So virus is a malicious software that attaches itself to legitimate programs or files and spread when the host is executed, causing damage or disruption. Prevention can be done by using reliable antivirus software and keeping it updated, avoiding downloading or opening files from untrusted sources, and regularly updating operating systems and applications to patch vulnerabilities, and educating users about safe browsing and email practices. Indicators of compromises include slow or crashing systems, unexpected pop ups, error messages, or unusual system behavior, and increased network activity or unexplained data transfers. Another malware type is the logic bomb, which is a malicious code embedded within a legitimate program that activates when specific conditions are met, such as a specific date or a user action. Prevention includes conducting regular code audits and scanning to detect unauthorized changes, monitor system activity for unusual behavior or unauthorized modification, and implementing robust backup and recovery procedures. Indicators of compromise include unexpected system failures or performance issues when certain conditions are triggered, sudden deletion or corruption of files, and discovery of suspicious or unfamiliar code during routine audits. Another malware type is the rootkit, which is a stealthy malware designed to gain and maintain privileged access to system while hiding its presence from detection tools. So these are mostly in the ROM of the system. That's why it is very difficult to detect because they are not inside the regular operating system locations. Prevention include using secure boot features to prevent unauthorized kernel level changes, installing and updating antivirus and anti-rootkit software, and regularly patching and updating operating systems and firmware. Indicators of compromise include disabling or and disabling disabled or unresponsive security tools, unexpected system crashes or performance degradation, presence of hidden processes or files, and detection of unusual or unauthorized kernel level activity. So now some types of attacks or threat. Man in the middle attack, which is the type of attack when attacker intercepts communication between two parties, often to steal data. So let's suppose this is party A, this is party B, they are communicating, and we have a man in the middle attacker which intercepts the communication and steals the data. Prevention is to use HTTPS because the HTTPS uses encrypted communication and encrypts the data, and SSL/TLS encryption, and VPN for secure communication. Side channel attacks. So, what are side channel attacks? So, these are an attack that exploits indirect data leaks rather than directly breaking encryption. So attacker basically analyzes power consumption, timing variation, and electromagnetic radiation or sound to infer sensitive information, such as these. So the attacker basically listens for the electromagnetic radiation or the power cycles of the CPU and deduces the type of execution or algorithm used by the process. Example include timing attacks, measure how long operations take, power analysis, detecting encryption keys via power consumption patterns. So some keys may take more power patterns or cycles, some may take less. So this is how it is done. Acoustic attacks using microphone capture sounds to reduce key strokes. So how to identify or detect the attacks? These can be done through intrusion detection system. So an intrusion detection system monitors network or system activities for suspicious behavior. So IDS or intrusion detection system helps detect cyber threats such as unauthorized access, malware, or policy violation. So how does IDS work? So there are basically two types. One is signature based, which matches activity against known attack patterns, for example, malware patterns or malware signatures. Its pros are that these detections are accurate for known threats, and cons are that they misses zero-day attacks for which we have no known signature. The second type is the anomaly based, which uses AI or machine learning to detect deviation from normal behavior. Pros includes that it catches novel attacks, or you can say zero-day attacks, and cons is that it produces more false positives. So now some difference or comparison between host-based intrusion detection system and network-based intrusion detection system. The first point or feature is the scope. So the HIDS or host-based intrusion detection system basically monitors a specific device or host, for example, a single server or workstation, while the network intrusion detection system, it monitors the whole network traffic for multiple devices, or you can say for complete network. Second feature is the function. So the HIDS detects local threats on the server or workstation or unauthorized changes and system file modifications, while NIDS detects malicious network activity and traffic anomalies for the whole network. Next feature for comparison is the placement. So HIDS is installed on individual host or endpoints, while the NIDS is deployed at the network entry points, such as at the perimeter. Example include firewalls and switches. Examples of HIDS includes OSSEC and Tripwire, while the example of NIDS includes Snort and Suricata. So now some prevention techniques of the threats and attacks. So prevention methods proactively protect system from cyber threats, and key prevention solutions include the antimalware malware software or antivirus software, scans and security audits, firewall devices, and intrusion prevention system. So the antivirus software basically detects, prevents, and removes malware. It uses signature-based or behavior-based detection. Example include Windows Defender, Norton, or McAfee. Security scans are basically regular scans to identify vulnerabilities, and they can be done manually or automated, and they help detect malware, outdated software, and misconfigurations. Similarly, firewalls control incoming and outgoing traffic based on security rules or security policies, and they protect against unauthorized access and attacks. The types of firewalls include network firewall, which protect entire networks, host-based firewall, which protect individual devices, and next-generation firewall, which include advanced security features. Similarly, intrusion prevention system basically actively blocks threats before they can cause damage, and it works by analyzing network traffic and detecting malicious patterns. So, what is the difference between IDS and IPS? So, IDS basically detects threats but does not take action. It's, you can say that it is a detective security control, while the IPS basically detects as well as automatically blocks threats. So, it is a preventive security control. Example of the IPS includes Snort, Suricata, and Cisco Firepower. So objective 4.3, understand network security infrastructure. So the first topic is on-premise infrastructure. And the on-premises infrastructure refers to the physical hardware, facilities, and system managed locally, not on the cloud. As we see in this diagram, this may includes the transformer, power DB, UPS, generator sets, and then the data center, including the rack and servers. So these all include basically the on-premises infrastructure. And key components of this include the power supply, such as this one. These all include the power supply infrastructure, data center, or the server closets, such as these, the HVAC system, which is the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. So these are basically also included inside the data center. The fire suppression system, redundancy planning, and legal agreements, MOU or MOA, which is Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreement. So, the importance of the power infrastructure is that it ensures uninterrupted operation of critical systems, and key consideration of this includes to have the uninterrupted power supply or UPS. So, UPS are used for short-term backup during outages. What does this mean? This means that UPS gives backup for shorter period of time, for a few minutes, or you can say for maximum half an hour or for an hour. For longer outages, we use generators. So these are for longer term power backup, such as hours or even days. Power distribution unit basically manage power flow to the servers. So these PDUs are basically installed inside the rack, from where the power is then given to the server's power supply. So the best practice is to use dual power sources for redundancy. What does this mean? That you must have the dual supply. In this case, a supply from the electric grid as well as the generators. Then again, you must have two generators for redundancies, so that if one generator fails, you have a backup generator. Similarly, the UPS are also in redundancy. Power goes through redundant UPS such that if one UPS develops a fault, the power then goes through the next one. And same is the case for other components as well. So data center and the server closets. So the purpose is secure controlled environment for network hardware. So the network hardware includes the servers, the network switches, the firewalls, routers, etc. And requirement for this is because this is the most secure and sensitive equipment where the actual data and communication resides. So requirement is the physical security. So the server room or the server closet must be locked, physically locked, and their access must be controlled through biometrics and key cards. Rack organization is the proper cable management and cooling arrangement is made inside the server room or server closets. Environmental monitoring sensor for temperature and humidity are basically installed inside the server room to maintain the optimum temperature as well as humidity levels. HVAC system basically regulate temperature and humidity to prevent hardware failures. So challenges are for the server room are overheating risk. If the server are overheated beyond a certain temperature, then the server basically shut down automatically as per their configurations. And similarly, condensation can occur from high humidity. Solution include redundant HVAC units and hot slash cold oil containment in data center. So these are the hot and cold oil are basically used for air conditioning inside the uh, server room or data centers. Fire suppression systems are used for fire suppression, and the goal is to protect equipment without damaging it from fire. And it does not use water, the fire suppression, and these are basically gaseous fire suppression. So the types include gas based, which uses FM200 or CO2 gases. So it reduces oxygen without harming equipment. So as opposed to water, the gas-based fire suppression system does not harm the equipment. But since it reduces oxygen, so it does harm humans. So this is very important point. Water-based sprinkler used in some areas but risky for electronics. So this can be used in office areas, water-based, but they cannot be used inside server closets or inside server room because they will damage the server and electronics equipment. Foam and chemical suppression are alternative methods for sensitive areas where water cannot be used. Prevention, so smoke detector, fire resistant materials. Another topic is the redundancy and high availability concept, which is used to minimize downtime during failures. And methods include network redundancy. So in network, you can use network or internet connection for multiple ISPs such that if one ISP service fails, you can use the redundant ISP services. And similarly, you can do the failover routing so that if routing from one ISP fails, the traffic is automatically routed to the redundant ISP. Power redundancy include redundant UPS generators and dual power supply inside your servers. For data redundancy, we use RAID storage, offsite backups, and disaster recovery plan. So in RAID storage, we use storage disk, multiple storage disk, and if a single disk fails, the data is not lost because the data is written to multiple redundant disks. Redundant cooling and HVAC are also used for backup cooling systems to prevent overheating. So The cooling system are used in redundancy, or multiple cooling units are used so that if one unit fails, the second unit is used to prevent the overheating of the equipment room. Now coming over to Memorandum of Understanding and Memorandum of Agreement. So MOU of or Memorandum of Understanding is informal agreement between parties. It defines roles, responsibilities, and intent, but is not legally binding. So MOU is not legally binding. MOA, which is Memorandum of Understanding, is more formal than MOU and often legally binding. So this is the main distinguish between the MOU and MOA. And MOA specifies specific actions and obligations. So use cases include agreements with third-party vendors for maintenance and disaster recovery partnerships. So now coming over to segmentation. So segmentation basically divides a network into smaller isolated segments, and the purpose is to limit the spread of the network or the spread of attacks. So for example, if let's suppose one of your server is compromised due to malware or something, and you have segmented your network into multiple segments, you can isolate this server and prevent the spread of attack to other segments of your network. So this is why segmentation is used. It improves network performance as well. So if let's how does it improve? This segment, the broadcast or the ARP request between these servers resides only over here. It is not spread to these segments, and thus the network efficiency improves. Control traffic flow, so you can control the traffic through the firewalls and the network switches that let's suppose these devices can access the internet while these cannot. Enhances security by containing breaches within specific areas. So again, the same point as the first one, that is limiting the spread of attacks and prevent lateral movement across the entire network. So again, the spread of the attack in the network is the lateral movement. Mitigation, so it limits access to sensitive data and system. It reduces the impact of a potential breach by restricting the scope of compromised system by limiting the blast radius. So this is limiting the blast radius. If one system or section of network is compromised, the damage is not spread to other parts of the network. It allows for more granular control over security policies within different network segments. So what is DMZ? So DMZ basically isolate public facing services from internal system. For example, let's suppose these are our two servers that needs to be accessed from the internet. So we form this DMZ such that these servers are isolated from our trusted private network because they are accessed from untrusted network. We isolate them using this firewall from our internal and private network. Why? So it is done that so that if this server or this is compromised by the outside or untrusted users, the spread of the attack or compromise does not affect our internal private host or systems. Components include external firewall. It protects against the internet-based threats, which is this one. Internal firewall, which restricts access to sensitive data. So the DMZ may use a single firewall or it can also use two firewall. One firewall is used over here, which is in front of the private network, and the second is in front of the internet. So the servers in the DMZ are basically web server or email gateways are proxies which are accessed from the outside world, and benefit is that it reduces risk of exposing internal resources. Another segmentation mechanism is the through the VLAN or virtual local area network. So it is a logical segmentation within a physical network, and benefits include it reduces broadcast traffic, and it improves security by isolating devices and allows flexible network management. Example here include you may have VLAN 10 for employees, VLAN 20 for guests, and VLAN 30 for servers. So how does it reduce the broadcast traffic? So let's suppose we have 5 devices in this VLAN 3. So when one device in this VLAN wants to communicate with another device, it does it through by sending an ARP request or a broadcast packet. So this broadcast traffic is only limited to this VLAN. It is not spread to other VLANs, and that's why we say that it reduces the broadcast traffic. And this thus overall improves the network efficiency. So what is the virtual private network or VPN? So VPN is used to encrypt internet traffic to secure data transmission over public network. And it provides secure remote access to private networks, hiding IP addresses and ensuring privacy. So it is basically when a device wants to communicate with another device or a public media or over the internet, you can use the VPN, which then encrypts the communication. So if there is some man in the middle attackers, the traffic is encrypted, and if the traffic is intercepted, it would be of no use to the attacker because it is encrypted. So it is used for remote access. It allows users to connect securely to a network from a remote location, and it is commonly implemented using VPNs, secure tunnels, or direct connection. Another term is microsegmentation, which is granular segmentation within a network, such as per workload or per device segmentation. It is used for zero trust architecture, that is, trust nothing and verify everything. And it protects critical assets such as databases even if perimeter is breached. And the tools that are used to implement microsegmentation are software defined networking, SDN, and next generation firewall. So the next concept is defense in depth, which is the multiple layers of security to protect against threats, and such as this one. So the data is protected at each layer by implementing different security controls. And some of the layers may include the perimeter security, which includes the firewalls, intrusion detection, and prevention system. The network security again may include the firewall and the segmentation, such as VLANs, DMZ, and the ACLs. Endpoint security include the anti-malware and patch management. And the application security is implemented through secure coding, WAF, that is web application firewall. And the data security is ensured through encryption, backups, and access control. So the benefit of defense in depth is that there is no single point of failure and attackers must bypass multiple defenses. So for example, if your perimeter is breached, you still have other security layers that will stop the attacker. If the second layer is also breached, you still have other security measures for the attacker to bypass. What is network access control or NAC? So it ensures that only authorized devices can connect to a network. And methods of the NAC include the pre-admission control, which is that devices must meet security policies before joining. and post-admission control, which is continuous monitoring and quarantine of compromised devices. It is implemented through 802.1x authentication that uses radius for identity verification and endpoint compliance, which checks for patches, antivirus, and security policies. So how do we do segmentation for embedded systems or and Internet of Things? So the challenge is that Internet of Things and embedded systems or devices often lack strong security control. The best practices for Internet of Things security is to separate Internet of Things networks from enterprise networks. Use VLAN or microsegmentation to isolate Internet of Things devices, apply strict access controls and monitoring, and disable unnecessary device communication. Example include smart cameras should not communicate with financial systems inside an organization. So now coming over to cloud service models. And the first one is the infrastructure as a service model or IaaS, which provides virtualized computing resources like servers, storage, and networks. Example of infrastructure as a service include Amazon EC2 and Microsoft Azure VM. And basically, in the infrastructure as a service model, the users manage the operating system, applications, and middleware while the provider manages hardware. The next cloud service model is the platform as a service or PaaS, which offers a platform to develop, test, and deploy applications without managing the underlying infrastructure. Examples include Google App Engine, Microsoft Azure App Service, and includes tools and frameworks and runtime environments. The next cloud service model is SaaS or software as a service which delivers fully managed applications over the internet. Examples include Gmail, Microsoft 365, and Salesforce. And basically, users access software via a browser with the provider handling the maintenance and updates. Function as a service is another emerging model which executes code in response to events without managing servers, often called serverless computing. Examples include AWS Lambda and Azure Function, and it focuses on specific tasks, paying only for execution time. So now coming over to the shared responsibility model between the cloud customer and the cloud provider. So in infrastructure as a service, the cloud service provider basically manages the physical hardware, networking, virtualization, and data center physical security, while the customer is responsible for operating system, application, middleware, data, user access, and configuration. And there are some shared responsibility which include security of the cloud infrastructure, for example, network security and storage encryption. In platform as a service or PaaS, the CSP handles underlying infrastructure, operating system, runtime, middleware, and platform updates, while the customer focuses on application development, deployment, and securing the application and data. And what is shared? So the identity and access management and data protection is shared responsibility of both the CSP and the customer. In SaaS or software as a service model, the CSP manages everything, including the application, platform, and infrastructure, while the customer manages data, user access, and compliance with regulations. And the shared responsibilities include data security, user authentication, and access management. In FAS or function as a service, the CSP manages the serverless infrastructure, runtime environment, and scaling, while the customer writes and secures the code, configures the triggers, and manages data access. While the shared responsibility includes security of the application logic and API integration. So again, this diagram shows the shared responsibility models. So the blue one is the customer responsibility and the orange one are the CSP as and we can see that as we move from IaaS to PaaS and SaaS, the CSP responsibility increases while the customer responsibility decreases. So the customer has the most responsibility in infrastructure as a service, while least in the software as a service. And again, this is a summary of what we studied. The responsibility of the CSP and the customer for all these four models, and then some shared responsibilities. So now coming over to some cloud deployment model, which includes the public cloud, private cloud, hybrid, community, and multi-cloud. So the public cloud is basically a cloud environment where resources like servers, storage, and applications are owned and managed by a third-party cloud provider and shared among multiple tenants over the internet. Key features of public cloud include scalability, cost efficiency, and no need for a hardware maintenance by the customer. Use cases include hosting websites, application development, and backup solution. Examples of public cloud include AWS, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Consideration so user or customer has limited control over infrastructure and potential security concerns for sensitive data. The second cloud model, deployment model, is the private cloud, which is a cloud environment dedicated to a single organization, either hosted on premises or by a third party provider. Key features include the customer has greater control, customization, and enhanced security for sensitive workloads. Use cases of private cloud include in industries with strict regulatory requirements such as finance and healthcare or businesses needing high security. So what does this mean? For example, we have the let's suppose the HIPAA regulation inside US, and this regulation may compel the hospital or this healthcare providers that the customer data must reside inside the private cloud of the organization. Example include VMware Private Cloud, Microsoft Azure Stack, and consideration are that private cloud are having a higher cost because the customer has to manage all the infrastructure and maintenance responsibility compared to the public cloud. So what is the hybrid cloud? So hybrid cloud model is basically a cloud environment that combines the public and private clouds, allowing data and application to be shared between them. Key features include the flexibility to balance workloads, scalability of the public cloud, and security of the private cloud. Use cases include businesses needing to run sensitive operations privately while leveraging public cloud for scalability. Example include Microsoft Azure Hybrid, AWS Outpost, and Google Ethos Google Anthos. Consideration include that hybrid cloud requires effective integration and management of both environments. Another cloud model is the community cloud model, which is a cloud environment shared by several organizations with common interests, such as regulatory requirement or similar goals, often managed by a third party provider or managed internally by the community itself. Key features include it is collaborative, cost is shared, and tailored to specific community needs, for example, healthcare or government. Use cases include joint ventures, research organizations, or industries with shared compliance requirements. Examples include government cloud services, healthcare data sharing platform. Considerations are that community cloud costs are shared, but governance and security need careful consideration among community members. So the next is the multi-cloud, which is the use of multiple cloud services from different providers to avoid vendor lock-in and enhance redundancy and optimize performance. Key features include flexibility, risk mitigation, and the ability to choose the best services for specific needs. Use cases include large enterprises or businesses with diverse needs for different workloads. For example, one provider for storage and another for compute. Examples include using AWS for computing, Microsoft Azure for AI, and Google Cloud for analytics. Considerations include increased complexity in management and integration across multiple platforms. So now coming over to some terminologies such as SLA, which is a contract between a cloud provider and the customer outlining service expectation. Key element of an SLA include uptime guarantees, for example, 99.9% availability from the provider, performance metrics such as response time and latency, data protection and security responsibilities, and disaster recovery and backup provisions. Importance, so SLA ensures accountability and service reliability. Managed service providers are basically a third party company that remotely manages cloud infrastructures and security. And services managed by MSPs include cloud management and security monitoring, patch management and updates, disaster recovery and backup solutions, and compliance and regulatory supports. Benefits includes that MSP reduces in-house IT workload and enhances security. So that's all for this domain in this video. Please subscribe, like, and share the video, and we'll see you in the next video. So welcome to the domain 5 security operations, and objective 5.1 is understand data security. So let's get started. Encryption. So the definition of encryption is that it is the process of converting plain text data into ciphertext in order to protect it. And the basic purpose of encryption is basically confidentiality. We want to protect the sensitive data from unauthorized personnel. But its secondary purposes also include integrity and authenticity. And we will see in a while that how encryption ensures confidentiality, integrity, as well as authenticity in our upcoming slides. So the key components of encryptions are basically two. The first one is an algorithm. So you need an algorithm in order to perform encryption. It may be symmetric algorithms such as AES, Advanced Encryption Standard, or asymmetric algorithm, that is RSA. And the second most important component is the encryption key. So in symmetric algorithm, we use symmetric key. That is, one key is used for the encryption as well as decryption. While in asymmetric algorithms such as RSA, we use two key, public and a private key. We will study the detail of both the encryption, the symmetric as well as asymmetric encryption and their keys in the upcoming slides. So stay patient. And the types of encryption are, as we study in these previous lines, basically two. One is symmetric, where a single key is used for both encryption and decryption, while the second type is asymmetric key, where two keys are used. One key is used for encryption, and the second is then used for decryption. And this is basically known as the public private key pair. Because one key is public, it means that it can be distributed to the public and may be visible to anyone, while the other is the private key, which is only accessible and available with the owner of the key. And as we studied, the main purpose of the encryption is the secure messaging. If you want to send someone a secure and encrypted message, such as on the WhatsApp, we use encryption. Online transactions such as bank transaction, fund transfer, these all use encryption, as well as data protection. Let's suppose you have data inside cloud or on your PC and you want to protect it, so you can encrypt the disk or the data. So now the use of encryption for protection of data at different states. At the first one is the protection of data at rest. At rest means when the data is stored inside hard drive or storage and is not moving. So how do we do it? The prime example of this is the full disk encryption, which encrypts the entire contents of a storage drive, including the operating system and user data, ensuring data is inaccessible without proper authentication during boot. And full disk encryption example are the Microsoft Windows BitLocker as well as File Vault. Another example is self-encrypting drive, which is a hardware-based encryption method where the drive itself automatically encrypts and decrypts data using a built-in encryption module, providing seamless and fast encryption. Anything that's written to the drive is automatically stored in encrypted form. And an example of this is Samsung T7 self-encrypting drive. Again, another example of the data protection at rest is the cloud storage encryption. Most of the data nowadays are inside the cloud, so we need to protect that data as well. So the cloud storage protection or encryption encrypts data stored in the cloud, which is at rest, stored, ensuring unauthorized access is prevented. And an example is the Amazon Web Services S3 server-side encryption. So Amazon provide encryption for your data that is stored inside their cloud. Another important terminology or encryption type is the transparent data encryption or TDE, which is specifically used for encrypting databases. So this encrypts database files automatically at the storage level, protecting data at rest while allowing authorized application to access it seamlessly. And its example is Microsoft SQL Server TDE. TDE is transparent data encryption. So remember this terminology. It is for encrypting the database files or encrypting the data inside databases. Now coming over to the second state of the data, which is the data in motion or data in transit. So how do we protect data in transit? So it is primarily done using the SSL or secure socket layer, which encrypts data transmitted between a user's device and a server, preventing unauthorized access or interception during transit. And one example of this is encrypting email communication from client to the server using SSL. Similarly, HTTPS is used to encrypt the web data, or you can say that the data that is transmitted during the web applications. So it is a secure version of HTTP that uses SSL/TLS. So remember, the SSL was the older version. Nowadays, TLS is used, and it has also different versions. For example, I think 1.1, 1.2, and the latest is, I think, 1.3. So the TLS is basically used to encrypt web traffic, ensuring secure communication between your browser and the website. For example, when you are accessing a website such as a banking site, it typically starts with the HTTPS. So the S here is for the secure, and this security is provided by the TLS. Now, another data state is that when data is actively used. So remember, there are three main state of data: data at rest, data in transit, and data in use when it is actively used by the application. So the protection of data in use or during processing refers to the safeguarding of data while it is being actively accessed, processed, or used inside the memory. This is critical as data is typically decrypted during this stage, making it vulnerable to attacks. So how do we protect data in use? So it has different method. One is secure enclaves, which isolate sensitive computations in a hardware protected environment. For example, Intel SGX. Another method is homomorphic encryption. This allows computations on encrypted data without decrypting. So this is a new method. You should just remember the name and remember that what does it mean. It means that the data is processed by the application without decrypting it. It means the encrypted data is processed. So usually when application use the data, it is first decrypted and then it is used. In homomorphic encryption, the data is not decrypted, it is used in encrypted form. And another method is the access controls, which restrict who or what can process the data to ensure only authorized entities access the data. So now coming over to another very important topic from the exam point of view, which is the comparison of the symmetric as well as asymmetric encryption or algorithms. So first, the symmetric encryption. So the key difference between symmetric and asymmetric is that the symmetric uses the same key that is also known as shared secret for both encryption as well as decryption. That is the main difference. An advantage of the symmetric over asymmetric is that it is fast and efficient. Disadvantage or shortcoming, you can say that it is less scalable. And another challenge, you can say that it requires secure key sharing. So since both the parties that want to communicate need to have the same key, so the sharing of the key, let's suppose if you are in the one part of the world and your partner is in the other part at the other part of the world, and you want to share some sensitive data with your partner, first you need to share the shared secret or the encryption and decryption key with him or with her, and that is the challenge. And we will see in a while that how this channel is resolved. This channel challenge is overcome or resolved. So an example, popular example of the symmetric encryption algorithm is the AES, that is Advanced Encryption Standard. So the second encryption algorithm or encryption type is the asymmetric, which uses a pair of keys, or you can say it uses two pairs as opposed to the symmetric, which uses a single key. And this pair of keys is known as a public key and a private key. So It is slow as compared to the symmetric key encryption. So you can say this is the asymmetric key algorithm disadvantage. And on the other hand, it supports scalability, which lack in the symmetric algorithm, and key distribution. So it has its own advantages and disadvantages. And so this is basically providing. So this asymmetric key provide secure key exchange but being slow. So remember, we studied that the symmetric algorithm has the challenge of secure key sharing. So this challenge or this issue is resolved using the asymmetric encryption. So it provides us with the ability to share the secret key for symmetric key encryption. So in other way, you can say that in real world, both symmetric and asymmetric are used side by side. Asymmetric is used to share the secret key, and then the actual data is encrypted with the help of the symmetric encryption. So an example, popular example of the asymmetric encryption is the RSA, which is Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman. So these were basically the inventor of this RSA algorithm. So asymmetric keys usage. So the asymmetric, how we use the asymmetric keys. So the public keys are, remember we studied that asymmetric algorithm consists of public plus private key pair. So what is the purpose of these two keys? So public keys are shared among communicating partners. So it is shared with anyone that you want to communicate. So it is available to public. It means that it is not something that you should keep secret. On the other hand, the private keys are kept secret by each partner. So each partner has its own private key and it must not be shared with anyone. It is owned and kept secret by the owner. So how does the encryption takes place using the asymmetric encryption? So for encryption, use the recipient's public key. What does this mean? It means that let's suppose we have two partners A and B. So A has its own, let's suppose, private key, PRV, let's suppose we call N has its own public key. So the public key is shared with B, and similarly B has its own private key and its own public key, and this public key is again shared with the A. So let's suppose now A want to send some data to B. So what do the A need to do? For encryption, use the recipient's public key. The A will encrypt the data with the B public key, that is with the B is public key. So A will encrypt data with the B's public key, and for decryption, the recipient's uses is our home private key. And when the B receives the data, B will decrypt the data with his or her own private key. So remember, when the data is encrypted with the public key, it can only be decrypted with the uh, private key of that pair. And if it is encrypted with the private key, it can only be decrypted with the public key. So that's how it's work. So for encryption, you will use the recipient public key and the recipient will then decrypt it with his or her own private key. Another important use for the asymmetric algorithm or encryption is the digital signature. So as we use the signature for authenticity, this, as we studied in our first slide, that encryption is also used for authenticity. So this is how encryption is used for authenticity. Authenticity means that to make sure that the party is the authentic party that we are expecting. So use your own private key to sign a message. Sign means to encrypt a message. So let's suppose now A sends something and encrypt it with his or her own private key and use the sender's public key to validate the signature. And when the B receives the encrypted data, it decrypts it with a public key. So what does this prove? This proves that the data was actually sent by the A, because only A has his or her own private key, and since it was decrypted by the A public key, it makes sure that it was indeed encrypted with the A private key. So now some use cases of symmetric and asymmetric algorithms. So symmetric algorithm is basically used for encrypting data at rest. So it is used for bulk data encryption. Remember, we said that symmetric encryption is fast and efficient. That's why it is used for bulk data encryption, such as databases and full disk encryption. And it is also used for VPN encryption, that is for data in transit. So securing data transmitted through VPNs, example using advanced encryption standard algorithm for tunneling protocols like IPsec VPN. And the usage of asymmetric is basically for the key exchange, for the secure exchange of symmetric shared secret. So exchanging symmetric keys securely over an untrusted network such as the internet. Example of asymmetric include the RSA used in the TLS handshake. Use the sender's public keys to validate the signature. So as we studied in the previous slide, that the public keys are used to validate the authenticity of the sender, also known as the signature. Digital signature, that is verifying the authenticity of message or document. So the digital signature basically provides authenticity of two things. First is the partner or the sender, and second is the message or document. So that we will study in upcoming slide, that how we make sure that data is authentic and is not tampered with using the digital signature. Example of digital signature for data authenticity includes signing an email using an RSA private key. So this is how the key exchange using asymmetric algorithm takes place. So behind the asymmetric key exchange, there is this complex mathematics involved. So you don't need to remember and understand this because it is indeed complex, but you need to know that how it's done. Basically, modular logarithm is involved inside this key exchange using asymmetric, but you can understand it using this diagram. So let's suppose we have two partners, Alice and Bob, and they want to share the or generate the common symmetric key or share secret key. So let's suppose they have common paint, so it is visible to both parties. Let's suppose yellow, and then they mix this paint with secret. So Bob has its own secret, Alice has her own secret, and by this combination they get something else, and then they exchange this mixture with each other. And after that, the secret that they have chosen, they again mix that secret with the mixture that they received from the party, and as a result both parties get the same shared secret. So how this is done? Again, this is through this mathematics. And if anyone intercept this communication on the internet, they won't be able to extract that shared secret. It is because of this secret ingredient that both have chosen. For example, here Alice has, let's suppose, chosen 4, Bob has chosen 3. That is only known to Bob and to Alice. Even Bob's secret is not known to Alice, and ls secret as is not known to Bob. But due to this mathematical calculation, they are able to generate shared secret without need to share the symmetric key over the internet without compromising the information. So how do we use data asymmetric encryption to encrypt data? We already studied this, but we can also understand using this infographic. So let's suppose Franco sends a message to Maria requesting her public key. So Maria sends her public key. Remember, it is public, so it is available to everyone. So then Franco uses Maria's public key to encrypt the message and sends it to her. And then Maria uses her private key to decrypt the message. So this is the use of asymmetric algorithm to encrypt data. But as we studied that symmetric algorithm is basically used for encrypting bulk data and data in transit, because symmetric algorithm is fast as well as efficient. So the asymmetric is mainly used for the shared secret generation, as we studied in the previous slide. But for limited data, you can also use asymmetric algorithm, just like this case. So now some types of the uh, data encryption types, that how to encrypt data, and these are basically block and stream cipher. So block cipher is that it encrypts data in fixed size blocks, such as let's suppose 1 to 8 bits blocks, and it processes plain text in chunks, applying the same encryption algorithm to each block. An example is AES, that is Advanced Encryption Standard. So it is slower but more secure for bulk data encryption. The second type is the stream cipher, which encrypts data 1 bit or a byte at a time continuously in the form of stream. It typically faster and more efficient for real-time applications. An example of stream cipher is RC4, that is Reverse Cipher 4, often used in applications requiring high-speed encryption like audio and video streaming. So it is used for real-time application that require very low latency, and it is used for bulk data encryption because it is more secure. Another important concept in encryption is the TPM, which is Trusted Platform Module. So it is a type of chip that is available inside servers and end user devices such as laptop. And it is, as the definition is, that it is a dedicated microchip designed to secure hardware by storing cryptographic keys and other sensitive data inside this chip. Data protection, so it protects against unauthorized access and tampering by securely storing encryption keys, passwords, and digital certificates. Secure boot, so it ensures only trusted software runs on a system during startup by verifying the integrity of the boot process. Use cases include full disk encryption, for example, BitLocker, digital rights management, and secure authentication. And it is also required in compliance, so it helps meet security standards like GDPR and enhances enterprise security posture. Another concept regarding the protection of encryption keys is the hardware security module, or HSM. So it is a physical device used to generate, store, and manage cryptographic keys securely. Its purpose is that it provides high level protection for sensitive data, such as the encryption keys, ensuring secure encryption and decryption operations. And it is used in industries like banking, government, and cloud services for key management, digital signature, and authentication. And it is resistant to tampering, to physical tampering and physical attacks, ensuring data integrity and confidentiality. So we are talking about here the security of the HSM itself, and it compliance is that it is often used to meet regulatory standards such as PIPS 140-2 for cryptographic security. So now coming on to the comparison of the hashing versus the encryption, what are the differences between them and what are their use cases? So hashing basically converts data into a fixed length string using a mathematical function. It is a one-way process. So encryption is a two-way, you encrypt and then decrypt, but hashing is a one-way process. So it cannot be reversed to reveal the original data. So for example, you send plain text data through hashing algorithm, you get the hashed data. So you cannot convert this hashed data back to original data. And that is the beauty of the hashing and its advantage. So it is used for data integrity checks and password storage. An example of hashing algorithms include SHA-256 and MD5. On the other hand, encryption transforms data into an unreadable format using a key, allowing reversal with the correct key. Reversal means that you encrypt with the key and then you decrypt it with the correct key. So another thing to consider here is that the encryption process requires a key, while the hashing algorithm does not require any key. So that is another difference. So it is a two-way process. Original data can be retrieved. So it is the plain text, you convert it into an encrypted text, and then again this encrypted text can be again converted to the original plain text. And it is used for protecting data confidentiality during storage or transmission, as opposed to the data integrity, which is done by the hashing. And the example of the encryption algorithms include AES and RSA. AES is symmetric, while RSA is asymmetric encryption algorithm. So now some use cases of different algorithms. So the symmetric encryption use cases include securing file storage, such as AES algorithm for encrypting the drives, encrypting database records, such as credit card records. Remember, we studied that the database are encrypted using the TDE, transparent data encryption. Remember this terminology. Securing communication channels, for example, VPNs, Wi-Fi with WPA2 protection. Asymmetric encryption is used for secure key exchange, such as during TLS handshake. Digital signatures are used to ensure authenticity, that is signing email, and it is done using the asymmetric encryption. And encrypting small amount of data like password or keys can also be done using the asymmetric encryption. Hash function, on the other hand, is used for storing hash passwords securely, for verifying data integrity, for example, checksum for file transfer, and it is also used in digital signatures and certificates. So what are the requirements for a good and reliable hash functions? These include that the hash function must be deterministic. This means that the same input always produces the same hash output. What does this mean? That it means that if you take the hash of this 123, let's suppose using MD5, it will always produce same output. Let's suppose it produces this output. No matter how many times you do this process, it will always produce the same hash. And it must be fast, so quickly generates a hash value for any given input. Another requirement for hash function is that, which is very important one, that it must be collision resistant. This means that two different inputs should not produce the same hash output. What does this mean? That let's suppose we have another input 124, or any other input should never produce this output. Only this input should produce this output. What does this mean? This means that no two different inputs should produce the same output. Otherwise, it will result in a collision and a compromise. Pre-image resistance, it should be computationally infeasible to reverse adhere to its original input. So it should be mathematically and computationally impossible to reverse this hash to original data. Avalanche effect, what does this mean? This means that a small change in the input should result in a significantly different hash. This means that if you change only one digit, the output will be significantly different. Our next topic is data handling, which is the policies and procedures to manage data throughout its life cycle. So the key aspects of data lifecycle or data handling are data classification and labeling, retention policies, and secure destruction of data. So these are the parameters or aspects that needs to be considered for a successful data handling policy around its life cycle. And the importance of data handling is that it is required in compliance of different rules and regulations such as GDPR, HIPAA, or PCI DSS. So these all regulation deals with the uh, pri- private data of citizens, such as GDPR is the policy for secure handling of European Union citizen private data. HIPAA is regarding the medical records of patients, and it is applicable inside US. And the PCI DSS is the credit card and financial information of the customers being handled by the financial institutions such as credit card companies and bank, etc. And these all regulation requires the secure handling of citizen or customers' data. And these policies or secure data handling prevents data breaches and optimizes storage costs. So the foremost important thing in the data handling is the data classification, which is categorizing data based on sensitivity, importance, and regulatory requirements. And some of the common classification levels that are used include the public, which is the data that is accessible to anyone, for example, the company website content. And this type of data is not confidential and is intended for the consumption of all the public. And then is the internal or confidential data, which is restricted to the employees of an organization, such as internal emails. Then comes the sensitive classification of data, which requires extra protection, such as financial data and trade secrets. And then comes the highly sensitive or regulated data, which is protected by laws and regulation. For example, PII, that is personally identifiable information of citizens or customers, and health records such as the HIPAA that regulates the health records, and GDPR that regulates the PII. So benefits of the data classification is that it ensures proper security measures are applied. It helps organizations comply with legal and industry regulations such as GDPR and HIPAA. The next important thing regarding the data handling is the data labeling, which is assigning visual or metadata based tags to the to indicate the classification. So visual labels are assigned to physical things such as to the server or to the hard drive, where you can tag labels on them such as sensitive, high sensitive, etc. And the labeling methods include the physical labels, which are printed on paper, for example, confidential printed on paper and tagged on a device, digital metadata labels, which are embedded inside the files, such as Microsoft Information Protection, And color coding include visual indicators such as red, used for highly sensitive data, and green may be used for least sensitive, etc. And the purpose of the data labeling is that it helps employees as well as systems to recognize and handle data appropriately. For example, when employee sees, let's suppose, red color coding, he or she instantly knows that it is highly sensitive data. And it also prevents accidental data exposure. Then comes the data retention, which are the policies defining how long data should be stored before deletion. And data retention has certain policies, and these policies include short-term retention, which include temporary logs and transactional data, which are retained for short term. And then come the long-term retention, which include compliance-related records such as text documents and HR files. And some data are retained indefinitely, which include critical business records and legal documents. So the factors influencing retention include legal and regulatory requirements, for example, GDPR, CCPA, and PCI DSS regulation. Business needs, for example, data required for analytics and historical records, and security risk associated with data such as data breaches or insider threats. And the best practices are to implement automated retention policies to avoid unnecessary data accumulation. What does this mean? This means that if there is such data that is no longer required by the organization, but it is accumulated and retained, then there are greater chance of such data exposure. So automated policy scan the data and deletes the data that are no longer required. Then comes the important data handling procedure, which is the data destruction, which is securely removing data to prevent unauthorized access or unauthorized exposure. And methods of data destruction include software-based destruction or software-based wiping, which is overwriting data multiple times. For example, the DoD 5220.22-M standard. So this is a data wiping standard using software method by the DoD. Degaussing is another data wiping or data destruction method which is used in magnetic tapes, and it uses strong magnetic fields to erase data from magnetic media such as magnetic hard drive. Then comes the physical destruction, which include the shredding, incineration, or drilling hard drives. So this, as the name indicates, this is the physical destruction of the media. And last is the cryptographic erasure, which is encrypting the data with using cryptography and then deleting the encryption keys so that encrypted data becomes unrecoverable. This means that even if the encrypted data is exposed, it can no longer be unencrypted because the encrypted keys are unavailable and are deleted. And why does this matter? Because it prevents data breaches and prevents regulatory fines and data leaks. So the summary of this data handling includes that data must be classified so that you know which type of data resides where and you know the sensitivity level of your data. The next step is that data must be labeled for proper handling by the employees as well as the system. The next include the retention of data. So the data is should be retained as long as it is needed. Beyond necessity, retention of data is dangerous because it has the risk of exposure. And the last step is the destruction of data beyond recovery. What does this mean? This means that data should be destroyed so that it is no longer recoverable by any means possible, such as the physical destruction of hard drive. Now comes to our next topic, which is the logging and monitoring of events. So log aggregation is a concept which is centralizing the logs from systems, applications, and infrastructure into a single location for analysis. And the purpose of log aggregation is that it simplifies monitoring, enables correlation of events, and enhances threat detection. So the tools that are used for log aggregation include SIEM, which is Security Information and Event Management Solution, and the popular SIEM solution include Splunk or Elk Stack. Another popular SIEM solution is the QRadar, which is the IBM solution, IBM SIEM solution. Alerting. So alerting is notifying administrators of abnormal activities or potential threats, and the purpose of alerting is to ensure rapid response to incidents. Types of alerts includes email alerts, SMS alerts, or dashboard notification through different applications such as SIEM solution or NMS solutions. Logging and monitoring events also includes reporting, which is generating summaries or detailed logs of activities, alerts, and trends. And the purpose of reporting is to provide insights into system performance and potential risks. And types of reporting include scheduled reports, on-demand reports, or compliance-specific reports. So these reports are generated through the, as we studied, through the SIEM solution. So all these SIEM solutions have the capability to generate these different types of reports. Archiving, which is storing logs and alerts for future reference or compliance needs, as we studied. The purpose of archiving is that it supports forensic investigation as well as regulatory compliance, as we studied in the data handling. And retention logs are typically retained for months or years based on policies of the organization as well as the industry. So the alert response and remediation or validation, these include quarantine, which is isolating affected systems or application to prevent further damage. And the purpose of quarantine is that it limits the spread of malware or lateral movements by the attackers. Alert tuning include adjusting alert thresholds and rules to minimize false positives, and the purpose is that it reduces alert fatigue and ensures focus on genuine threats. An example include adjusting CPU utilization thresholds to avoid alerts during routine maintenance. So now coming to some tools that are used in alerting and monitoring. And one of these tools or protocol is the Security Content Automation Protocol or SCAP, which is a framework for automating the management of security configurations and vulnerabilities. And the purpose is to standardize vulnerability assessment and compliance reporting. Example include tools like OpenSCAP uses the SCAP protocol for configuration validation. Next is the benchmarks. So these are predefined standards for secure configurations such as CIS benchmarks. So these are industry benchmarks for configuration, secure configuration of different systems such as Windows or Linux operating systems. And the purpose of the benchmarks are that these helps ensure systems and application meet the industry security standards. Example include applying benchmarks to hardened operating systems and software. So the alerting and monitoring can be agent-based or agentless. Agent-based are the softwares installed on endpoint to collect and transmit data. What does this mean? This means that let's suppose you want to monitor Windows endpoints or Windows PC. So you need to install some kind of software called agents, and these agents then send the logs and information to the solution such as theme solution. Example include antivirus or endpoint detection system. So these are actually installed on the system, and these antivirus or endpoint detection agents then send regular logs and alerts to the centralized system. Agentless systems are those that monitor system remotely without installing any software, such as SNMP-based monitoring tools. And the purpose is that they enable flexibility in monitoring based on organization needs. So the organization may need agent or agentless based monitoring depending upon their need. So now coming over to some tools that are used in alerting and monitoring. As we studied, the four most important tool in security is the security information and event management, that is SIEM solution. So this is a centralized platform for collecting, analyzing, and managing security events and logs from different types of systems. And the purpose is that it correlates data to detect and responds to threats in real times. And some popular example of SIEM solution include Splunk, ArcSight, and QRadar. Another tool is the antivirus, which is a software designed to detect, prevent, and remove malware. So remember, the SIEM solutions are mostly designed to detect and alert the threat, while the antivirus is, you can say, an IPS type of system that detects as well as prevent and remove the threat. And the purpose is that it protects endpoint and systems from known threats. And features include real-time scanning, automatic updates, and quarantine capabilities. Another tool is the data loss prevention, or DLP, which are the set of tools to prevent unauthorized data transfer or access or exposure from the organization. And the purpose is that it protects sensitive data like personally identifiable information or intellectual property of an organization. Example include that the DLP monitors data at rest, in motion, and in use. Such as this diagram shows, it has basically three steps. In the first step, we discover all the data inside the organization and label it. Then the DLP monitors the data in real time, and when it detects any unauthorized data access or exposure, it prevents it from occurring. Next are the SNMP, or Simple Network Management Protocol traps, which are notifications sent by devices to a management system when predefined events occur. And that management system is most of the time known as NMS, or Network Management System for Network Devices. It can also be known as APM, Application Performance Monitoring for System or Application. And its purpose is that it facilitates real-time alerts for network or device issues. Example include notification for high CPU usage or failed devices. So some popular NMS solutions are the, you can say, the NMS solution ERTG, or some solution NMS solution by the popular vendor SolarWind. Another concept in the tool is the net flow. Net flow is basically a protocol for collecting and analyzing IP network traffic data. The important point is that net flow deals with the network flow or the IP network traffic data. And the purpose is that it identifies bandwidth usage, detect anomalies, and provides traffic insights. Example include Cisco NetFlow or SolarWind tools. Vulnerability scanners. So these are the tools to identify vulnerabilities, misconfiguration, or missing patches. And the purpose is that it proactively address security gaps. Example include Nessus, OpenVAS, or Qualys. Objective 5.2 Understand system hardening. So the first topic in the system hardening is the configuration management. And let's first talk about the definition and the concept of the configuration management. So configuration management is the process of maintaining security and functionality of IT systems. It ensures systems are configured correctly and consistently. Configuration management prevents security vulnerabilities due to misconfiguration, and it is also a key for compliance with security frameworks such as NIST, SIS, ISO 27001. And now coming on to some key components of the configuration management, which include baselines. So the baselines are standardized system configurations. Updates. Updates are routine enhancements and minor fixes to the configurations. Patches include security fixes to address vulnerabilities. So this is the key difference between updates and patches. Patches are basically used or released to fix the security related vulnerabilities, while updates are to enhance the functionality and fix any minor issues inside the applications. And change controls ensure authorized changes only. And configuration auditing is the monitoring deviations from the baseline. So configuration, you audit the configurations to ensure that the configuration are according to the baseline and there are no deviations from the baseline. And the baselines include standardized system configuration. So what is the importance of baseline? So baseline serves as a secure starting point for system configuration. You can say that this is the minimum set of secure system configurations, and it reduces the risk of misconfiguration and unauthorized changes because you can compare the configuration of the system with the baseline. And common baseline frameworks include the SIS benchmarks, and these benchmarks are available for Windows, Linux, and cloud. The NIST Special Publication 800-128 guidelines for network devices, and some vendor recommended settings from each vendor, such as Microsoft, Cisco, and AWS. Now, coming over to the page management process. So the page management is used to identify, that is, monitor vendor advisories and security bulletins. So this is the overall, we are talking about the overall page management process, and these are, you can say, different steps inside the page management process. And the first one is to identify the vendor advisory and security bulletin, to monitor these for any available pages. Next is to assess, which is determining the page priority based on severity. Next is to test the page. Test validates pages in a controlled environment. Next step is the deployment of pages. Apply pages to production system, and then verify, which ensure proper application and system functionality after deployment of page. So what are the some risks of poor configuration management process? The risks include on-page vulnerability, exploits leading to data breaches. So if you do not properly manage the configuration management process, you may have on-page vulnerability which can be exploited and lead to data breaches. Insecure configuration. So the misconfiguration can lead to open ports, default credential, and weak encryption, which again will lead to data breaches ultimately. Drift from baseline, which is unauthorized or accidental changes that are not according to the baselines. Inconsistent system behavior, compatibility, and performance issue. If you have different configuration on different systems, you may have compatibility and performance issues. So what is the effective configuration management process? Effective configuration management process establish security baselines for all systems, automate the patch management process wherever possible, regularly audit configuration for compliance, implement change control policies to track modifications, use configuration management tools such as Ansible, SCCM, Puppet, and Chef. And now coming over to objective 5.3, which is understand best practice security policies. So now we will go through some security policies. And the first, let's define and understand what are meant by policies and why they are necessary. So definition is that policies are formal, high-level statements that define an organization's approach to security and set expectations for behavior and compliance. And its purpose is to establish clear rules and responsibilities to protect assets, ensure regulatory compliance, and mitigate risks. And some of the characteristics of policies are that they are mandatory in nature, they are broad in scope, they are not specific but broad in scope, and enforceable across the organization. Examples of policies include acceptable use policy, data protection policy, incident response policy, and password policy. And policy's role in governance is that they serve as the foundation of security program, guiding decision making and the development of guidance, guidelines, and procedure. So policies is at the top of hierarchy, and based on policies, you then define guidelines, procedures, and standards. Now, coming over to some basic security policies. First one is the data handling policy. And the purpose of this policy is that it defines how sensitive data should be stored, transmitted, and disposed of or destroyed. And it includes the data handling policy includes the classification of data into different sensitivity levels such as public, internal, confidential, and highly confidential. Data handling policy also caters for the storage of data and encryption of sensitive data at rest and in transit. Access control, which limit data access based on roles, that is least privilege. And at the end, data disposal, which is securely erasing or shredding sensitive information. The second policy is the password policy, which ensures strong authentication to prevent unauthorized access to systems and applications. And the recommended password length, according to policy, should be at least 12 to 16 characters. Complexity, the password should be mixed of uppercase, lowercase, number, and symbols. And the password should not be, same password should not be used forever. Rather, there should be expiration of the password and it should be changed every 90 to 80 days based on the risk level. If the risk is high, it should be changed more frequently, and if it is low, the duration can be increased. Multi-factor authentication should be used for critical accounts such as the administrator accounts, and storage of the password is that they should be never stored in plain text. Rather, password should be hashed and then stored with the salts. What does this mean? This means that, as we studied, that when you take a hash of plain text, let's suppose we have John, and John password is, let's suppose, 123 ABC. And then we have, let's suppose, Smith, and Smith password is also 123 ABC. So if you hash both these passwords, they will result in the same hash, which is vulnerable to dictionary based or rainbow tables attacks. So in order to cater for this weakness, the passwords are salted. What does this mean? That each time John uses his password, a random number known as salt is added to this password, and then the hash is taken. Similarly, for Smith, for the same password, there will be a different random number, or you can say a different salt. So both the hash be then different. Even though the passwords are same, the hashes will be different. So that's why the recommended policy is to use hash but with salt. AUP, acceptable use policy, and its purpose is to define permitted and prohibited use of company resources. Permitted use is work-related activities, secure browsing, and encrypted communication. Prohibited use include illegal activities, personal software installation, and unauthorized access. Monitoring, so users are informed about their activities may be monitored, and consequences include that violation may lead to disciplinary action or termination. So bring your own device policy, or BYOD. So the purpose of this policy is to manage risk when employees use personal devices for work. Device security, enforce screen locks, encryption, and remote wipe capability for BYOD devices. Implement access control, that is, restrict access to sensitive systems from unmanaged devices. Approved application, that is, limit use to company approved applications for work tasks. And network security, that is, require VPN for remote access and prevent public Wi-Fi usage. The next one is the change management policy, and it ensures that it ensures controlled and secure implementation of system changes. Documentation, it maintains records of all system and software changes. Approval process, so the change require formal approval before deploying the changes. Testing and validation, verify changes in a test environment before applying to production. And rollback plan, always have a backup plan in case changes cause issues. The next policy is the privacy policy, and its purpose is to define how personal data is collected, stored, and shared. So data collection is to only collect necessary data for business purposes. User consent, that is, obtain explicit consent for data processing. Third-party sharing, that is, clearly disclose if data is shared with external entities. and retention and disposal, which is delete personal data when no longer needed. So, what are some best practices for all the policies that we studied? First one is that regularly update policies to align with the emerging threats. Next is ensure policies complied with the industry regulations such as GDPR, CCPA, or HIPAA. Train employees on security policies and enforce compliance. Use monitoring tools to detect policy violations and implement automated security controls where possible. So, our next and last objective of Domain 5.4 is understand security awareness training. So, awareness training is a program designed to educate employees about cyber security risks, and it helps employees recognize and respond to security threats. Security awareness training reduces human error, which is leading cause of security breaches. So this is important. Human error is the leading cause of security breaches. Security awareness training encourages a security first mindset across the organization. And importance of security awareness training is that it prevents cyber attacks. So employees become the first line of defense. It reduces phishing and social engineering risk. Employees learn to identify scams, enhances compliance. So security awareness training meets regulatory requirements such as GDPR, HIPAA, or PCI DSS, and it protects company assets. So, security awareness training helps prevent data breaches and financial losses. And it creates a security culture inside the organization. So, it encourages proactive security behavior. So, some key concepts in security awareness training are the social engineering attacks. So it involved recognizing the phishing, wishing, and baiting attacks, which all comprise the social engineering attacks. Password security, creating strong passwords and using multi factor authentication. Email security, avoiding malicious links and attachments. This means that avoiding clicking on malicious links and opening the attachments. Safe internet browsing, that is identifying suspicious websites and downloads. Physical security includes securing devices, pages, and sensitive documents. And incident reporting is knowing when and how to report security incidents. Social engineering is indeed a major threat, and these social engineering attacks include the phishing, which are the fraudulent emails pretending to be from legitimate sources. Next is the wishing, which is phone scams tricking employees into revealing sensitive information. Baiting, where attackers leave infected USB drives or links to lure victims. Pretexting is impersonating an authority figure to extract sensitive data. Examples include a hacker pretends to be IT support and asks an employee for login credential. So you can say that if the help desk or IT support receives a call and pretends to be uh, a hacker pretends to be IT support and asks for, so the if the hacker pretends to be IT support or help desk guy and asks the employee for login credential via a phone call, then you can say this is an example of this phishing attack. So some best practices for the password security include to use unique passwords for different accounts. So do not use same password for all the accounts, because if that password one account is compromised, it means all of your accounts are compromised. Enable multi-factor authentication. Avoid sharing passwords or writing them down. Use a password manager for secure password storage. Change password only if compromised, following NIST guidelines. And how to identify phishing emails. So, suspicious sender, unexpected emails from unknown or slightly altered addresses. Urgent request, emails creating a sense of urgency. For example, your account will be locked. Poor grammar and spelling often found in phishing emails. Unusual links or attachments, always hover over links before clicking. An example is an email claiming to be from your bank asking for your bank account login credentials. What are some best practices for security awareness training? So, suspicious sender, unexpected emails from unknown or slightly altered addresses. So we already went through this slide. This is duplicated. And that's all for this domain 5. Now our 5 domains are complete. I hope this course has been informative for you. And after the course, I will recommend to watch my practice question. I have compiled about 200 practice questions for this certified in cybersecurity certification. And I am confident that if you go through both this course and that practice question video, you will have a very high chance of succeeding in the exam. So I will give the link of this practice question courses in the description as well as at the end of the video. Thank you and see you in the next video.